baby.
Hell yeah.
I want to be a cowboy, baby.
Cowboy, right until the day is done. I wanna be a cowboy. No red lights in sight, just my coat to the sky. Kicking up dust, got a train to go by. They don't see me coming cause we're riding at dusk. I wanna be a cowboy, right until the day is done. I wanna be a cowboy, baby. Below tie, I'm so fly. The horizon in my sights. With splatter, chips, cat, my lady. We gon' go all night. Kicking doors and we wildin'. Saloon ladies be piling. Give a yeehaw, hit the road. Giddy up, I'll rock a load. Cowboy, right until the day is done. I wanna be a cowboy. No lights inside, just my coat to the sky. Blam, kicking up dust. Got a chain to go bust. They don't see me coming cause we riding at dusk. Wanna be a cowboy. Got a train to go bust. They don't see me coming cause you're riding at dusk. I wanna be a cowboy, right until the day is done. Creeper, aw man, ha ha. So we back in the mine, got our pickaxe swinging from side to side, side to side. This task a grueling one, hope to find some diamonds tonight. Night. Heads up, you hear a sound, turn around and look up. Total shock fills your body. Oh no, it's you again. I could never forget those eyes. Cause baby, tonight the creepers trying to steal all our stuff again. Cause baby, tonight grab your pick, shovel and bolt again. And run until it's done, until the sun comes up in the morning. Cause baby, tonight the creepers trying to steal all our stuff again. Just when you think you're safe, over here some hissing from right behind. Yeah. That's a nice life you have. Shame it's gotta end at this time. Nice fucking auto-tune, bro. Blows up, then your health bar drops. You could use a 1-up. Get inside, don't be tardy. So now you're stuck in there. Half a heart is left, but don't die. Don't fucking die. Cause baby, tonight the creepers trying to steal all our stuff again. The creepers here. Cause baby, tonight grab your pick, shovel and bolt again. And run until it's done, until the sun comes up in the morning. Cause baby, tonight the creepers trying to steal all our stuff again. Creepers, you're mine. Dig up diamonds and craft those diamonds and make some armor. Get it, baby, go and forge it like you. So MLG Pro, the sword's made of diamonds, so come at me, bro. Training in your room under the torchlight, hold that form to get you ready for the big fight. Every single day and the whole night, creepers out prowling, all fucking alright. Look at me, look at you, I take my revenge, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm a warrior, baby, what else is new? And my blades gonna tear it tonight. The creepers trying to steal all our stuff again. Ow, whoa. Yeah, baby, tonight grab your sword, armor, and gold. Take revenge. Oh. This town ain't big enough for the both of us. Yeah, I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more. I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more. I got the horses in the back, horse tag is attached. Hat is matte black, got them boots that black to match. Riding on a horse, you can whip your Porsche. I've been in the valley, you ain't been up off that porch now. Ain't nobody tell me nothing. You can't tell me nothing. Ain't nobody tell me nothing. You can't tell me nothing. Riding on a tractor, lean all in my bladder. Cheated on my baby, you can go and ask her. My life is a movie, bull riding in boobies. Cowboy hat from Gucci, Wrangler on my booty. Ain't nobody tell me nothing. You can't tell me nothing. Ain't nobody tell me nothing. You can't tell me nothing. Yeah, I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more. I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more. Hat down, cross town, living like a rock star. Spent a lot of money on my brand new guitar. Baby's got a habit, diamond rings and Fendi sports bras. Riding down Rodeo in my Maserati sports car. Got no stress, I've been through all that. I'm like a Marlboro man, so I can't come back. Wish I could roll on back to that old town road. I wanna ride till I can't no more. Yeah, I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more. I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more.
Hello, hello. I just now realized that I totally forgot to do my social posts. Man. Oh my god. Welcome everyone. Welcome, welcome. Malamak. Hello, hello. How you doing? Himbo Kirby. How you doing? Hope you're both doing great. Oh my god. Totally forgot to do my social media posts to say, hey, I'm doing a stream. Hey, what up, Neo? How you doing? How's you? Oh, as the title suggests, my brain is in sort of energy saver mode. I am having my coffee. Slowly but surely. You say, oh my god, because you're a pumpkin? Totally not. I'm definitely not a pumpkin. Definitely not a pumpkin. Definitely not. What? Huh? Why would you even think that? I'm totally not a pumpkin. If I was a pumpkin, would I have pumpkin spice coffee? Huh? At that point, it'd be cannibalism. Nice, delicious, tasty cannibalism. Anyways, yeah. Brain. Not a single thought behind those eyes. You right, you right. Bold of you to assume there are thoughts behind these eyes. Right? The only thoughts I know are those hoes over there. I'm a pumpkin and a cannibal and proud of it. Oh, you want me to say that? I thought that, okay. I am a pumpkin and a cannibal and proud of it. I'm going to feast on your innards. I'm going to pull out your seeds and roast them. I'm going to make pumpkin spice coffee out of you. There's only like one pumpkin like product that I even have that isn't pumpkin spice coffee. And weirdly enough, it's a hot sauce. I have this hot sauce called Spooky Pumpkin. It's made with ghost chili, sunshine, kabocha, pumpkin, and curry. It's actually pretty nice. It's mostly just the ghost chili. Does it also have habanero? I think it might also have habanero. Let's see. Vinegar, sunshine, kabocha, pumpkin, pickled hot peppers, which is ghost chilies, Hungarian, jalapeno, and serrano. All right, there is no habaneros in this one. It also has water, salt, citric acid, sugar, spices, shallots, and garlic. It's pretty good though. The pumpkin flavor in it is fairly mild. It's not bad at all. Not bad at all. How the fuck do you put sunshine in a hot sauce? I don't know, man. I don't know. How do you put anything in a hot sauce? Fucking magnets. How do they work? Right? There's so many things that's like sciencey shit. How does anything work? How do you work? How do I work? How does a dude made hot sauce from plastic gloves? I heard about that. That's pretty wild. Guess anything's possible? Yeah. True dat. How do you be you? I be me by being me, probably. How do you walk? It's a learned experience. You have to learn to do it. You just start like flailing around your limbs and like eventually you can walk. That seems to be how it goes. How do you breathe? Congratulations, you are now consciously breathing. You walk using the QWOP keys. True. True. That is absolutely true. 100% true. That's why it's so hard for a lot of people to walk. They just can't press the keys the right way, right? Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god. But yeah, the real reason why I say oh my gourd is because, well, I just kind of developed a habit of saying it. I don't have any real, like, reason to say oh my gourd. I also say oh my guard sometimes, or guard, or weird bastardizations of the word. I just like to say stuff weirdly sometimes, you know? Because if we treat everything seriously, then who's having any fun? Right? Yeah. No reason in saying it. I don't know. I don't know. It's late for me, so I have to sleep. Have a fun stream. Alright, see you later, Neo. I wish you the best of luck in your sleepy. It's 1:35 in the morning for me. I just got up like an hour ago. So, yeah. Yeah. Same. No, you. You are... Wait, I don't... How to braid? It's also late for me, but I slept all day. Oh. That would do it. Why are you awake at 1:35 a.m.? Because I went to sleep at 4 p.m. Simple as that. Scusi. Oh my god. Oh my god. What do you mean, bruh? I don't have like a life or a proper job. I just like flip-flop between night and day. Sometimes I'll be doing stuff all day. Sometimes I'll be doing stuff all night. Generally I flip-flop between day and night cycles every like few weeks, 2-3 weeks, something like that. Yeah, sounds about right. Not an evaluation either. Fell asleep at 5 a.m., woke up at 7 p.m. Yo, those are sometimes the best. Aw, man. Getting a 14-hour sleep? Heck yeah, buddy. But yeah, I kind of struggled to fall asleep today. Well, yesterday? Yesterday. It is now tomorrow. It is today. Today is... Yes. English, everyone. Yeah, yesterday I struggled to fall asleep. Apparently I had a bit of a high blood sugar, plus too much caffeine running through my veins. So I was tossing and turning, trying to get to sleep. I was super restless. It wasn't great. Wasn't great. Yeah. But I survived. I survived. And here we are. Hydrating before we dehydrating, right? Coffee. You will survive? I will survive. Oh, as long as I know how to love, I know I'll be alive. Or whatever the lyrics are. I don't actually know the lyrics. Imagine surviving, right? Man. Especially around vampires. Like, what would you call that? Like, I don't know, vampire survivors? Pfft, who would name a game like that? Right? Meow. Meow. That's my commentary. Just meow. Yeah, I got nothing. I got nothing. Is this the content you want? What is content anyways? I don't know. My brain is all a frazzle. My head slightly hurts because the headache of caffeine withdrawal and now getting caffeine back in my system. Eventually it shall go away. Yay! Abba. Abba. Oh my god. Oh, yes, content. I mean, yeah. If I didn't have any sort of content, people wouldn't be here, right? You gotta be like entertaining to keep an audience, even if it's just a few people, right? Like it's the saying, what's the saying? Like a lion still gives its best to chase a rabbit or something like that. Yeah, it's the same thing with like content. I say that, but like I'm definitely not giving my best. I'm probably giving like 70-80% because like if you notice my tags, my brain is not in the mint condition. With the ADHD and autism, you know. Not so great. Plus the anxiety on top of it. Hey, very nice, innit? Innit, bruv. Innit, bruv. Bloody hell. I just vibe with it. I'll vibe with something probably. I don't know. You know what else a lot of people vibe with? Food. That's right. It's time to make y'all hungry. It's time to make y'all hungry with my watch later list. At least the first video of it. The cheapest noodle dish ever. 8 ways to make it. 8 different cheap noodle dishes. Let's heckin' go.
Noodles are a staple of the culinary world, and unfortunately you have a...
He's already lying. Noodles are not staples. I have never seen anyone use noodles as staples. That is a lie, sir. I ignore society because Spotify Premium and macaroni. Those are good. Those are really, like, good reasons. Absolutely. Love this guy. One of his videos taught me how to cook pork belly. Yeah, he's got a few of those. I am ready for top 5 pat. I mean, if you want to start with, like, pats, you could just type ! head patch. Anyways.
a million choices on which one to eat. And if you go to a restaurant, you might be paying $15 for a basic noodle dish. Even Panda Express is getting
$15
expensive
for
these
noodles.
days. The point is, don't you
Bruh.
feel like you should be able to enjoy this and stretch your dollar more? That's why today I'm going to show you 8 of the cheapest noodles you could possibly make at home easily
meat
to
for
make
a
the
variety
best
of different
bang
meals.
for your
Yeah,
buck.
yeah.
Starting with buttered noodles. I do need to note this though. Every
Buttered
single
noodles is
noodle dish
great.
in this video will be under $4 a serving, and 5 of them are under $2 per serving.
Yeah.
Used items across Amazon,
Thank you for the
Walmart,
head
and Target,
pats.
among plenty of other
Thank you,
legit
thank
vendors to
you.
get the cheapest possible price per ingredient. Be aware, price changes will depend on where you live, but this is generally how things price out because we live in Texas. First up,
What I will say for the buttered noodles, it's basically just going to be butter and noodles. However, instead of using like this type of pasta, like the spaghetti noodles, I highly suggest using egg noodles instead. Egg noodles with butter, a little bit of salt. So good. So good. Oh my god.
butter noodles. This recipe makes
Yeah,
4
yeah,
servings
yeah,
at
yeah,
58
yeah.
cents each. Full price
Thank you
breakdown
for
after
that,
the recipe. First, you need a
Meow.
large pot
How
of
you
water.
doing, buddy?
Heat over high heat at a rolling boil. Since we're cooking pasta, salt your
Oh
water
my God.
generously, almost as salty as the ocean. To that, you're gonna add half a pound or 225 grams of bucatini. Boil according to package directions or
Bucatini.
until cooked to
I have
al
no
dente,
idea what
which for these took
bucatini
about
is.
7 minutes. In a large saucepan or saucier if you have.
No one's gonna remember bucatini. Just like get whatever your favorite noodle is. Hell, you could just do elbow macaronis. Yeah, just do that.
Add a quarter cup or 60 grams of unsalted butter and set over medium-low heat. Once your butter is about halfway melted, cut off the heat and wait for your pasta to finish boiling. Once it's done, you're simply going to transfer your pasta from the boiling water directly to your melted butter pan. It's okay if the
pretty
pasta
much.
water's getting in the pan. That's totally fine. It's actually a good thing. Begin constantly
True.
tossing your pasta, adding an additional quarter
Unsalted?
cup or 60 grams of cubed cold unsalted butter. Toss, adding a tablespoon
Yeah, I
of pasta
guess.
water at a time until you end up with a beautiful, luxurious,
But sure,
emulsified
it's
sauce
similar
coating the
to
noodles.
spaghetti. Well, you know what? Let's look it up. I'm totally gonna butcher the spelling. Oh, it wasn't all that far off. I added an extra C. Bucatini. It's also known as Parciatelli. Is a thick spaghetti-like pasta with a hole running through the center. Oh, it's that. Oh, that stuff is good, man. That stuff is good. Yo. Okay. Heck yeah. That's some good pasta.
Season and taste with salt, toss together once more, and serve on a plate or bowl as is. Optionally, if you want to get fancy, you can add a little bit of flaky salt and fresh cracked black pepper, but
Another way you can think of this, like since it has like a hole running through it, it's basically just like uncut macaroni. It's basically an uncut macaroni noodle that's just long. Or just like a really, really long macaroni. Yeah. Long, skinny macaroni. Yeah, exactly.
that's not mandatory whatsoever. On to our first cost breakdown. Here's how this
Yay.
works. Every single cost breakdown in this video will be in 3 different numbers. The first one, the total cost of all ingredients in bulk, assuming you have to buy absolutely everything. The next number is the cost of only the ingredients you actually used. And then finally, price per serving, which is based off the last number. So for this dish, total cost should you have to buy everything is $4.48.
Prices may vary based on where you get them.
Now for the ingredients used in this recipe, the total comes out to only $2.32, which totals your cost for 4 large side dish servings of 58 cents a serving.
Wow.
And now let's taste.
That's not bad at all.
This is like the childhood memory that we all have. It's a school day, you just got back, you just want a little snack, and maybe someone just whips you up a little pasta with butter and salt? Holy shit. I made this a little more adult. You know, we used bucatini. You could use regular pasta, and I made sure to emulsify with the pasta water. You can obviously skip that, but if you don't get good coating. Remember that.
Nom nom.
That's great. It's butter, it's noodles. There's no false expectations of what this is. It's
You
exactly
can't go
how
wrong
you
with
think it is gonna
butter
taste.
and
It tastes
noodles.
like that. It's a staple.
Nice
and
buttery
it's so worth the
noodles.
price.
It's a classic. I will never
Heck
not
yeah.
love it.
I don't think there's anything that gives you bang for your buck and time and
Nice
effort
Italian
more
spaghetti.
than this.
Spaghetti
Period. End of
spaghetti
story.
is
It's literally 3
godly.
ingredients
Heck
if you
yeah.
don't include include pepper, obviously. Not only is it something
my
that we
God.
all probably already have, its ingredients are already relatively inexpensive. Butter can be on the pricey side sometimes, and the reward is significantly beyond everything
Whoa.
you put into this, from money to time. This is a perfect dish. Moving on.
Moving on to drunken noodles. This recipe
Drunken
makes 4
noodles.
servings at $2.24 each. Full price breakdowns after the recipe. First, we're gonna make the sauce. Into a ramekin, add 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of dark soy sauce.
Yeah, but that's like 4 times the price of the previous one. Like, bruh.
1 tablespoon or 15 grams of fish sauce, 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of light soy sauce, 2 tablespoons or 30 grams of hoisin sauce, and mix together until combined. But listen, if you want to save even more,
Just so you know, all over on the Twitch side, there's gonna be an ad here shortly. I have minimum control over ads. However, over on the YouTubes, where I am dual casting, there are no ads. There's no ads over there. If you want to support me, consider just watching the ads or throwing out a subscription. That would be awesome. The reason why I have ads scheduled is because of pre-rolls. No one likes to click into a stream and you have to watch an ad immediately, right? No one likes that shit. No one likes it. When I have to do that, I either like tab out and wait, or I'm just like, you know what? Nah, I don't want to wait that long because I am not a patient person. Anyways, yeah, about to get hit by the ad. Gonna see it in chat there like real soon. Like real soon. Don't worry, I'll wait. I'll wait until the ad is over to continue the video. Because like, you guys are heckin' poggers. You're poggers. That's right, you have pogs. Looks like fettuccine chicken ramen without the broth. What? I think it's more like they have a thicker noodle and like it's a sort of Chinese style dish. I'm pretty sure that the chicken in it is nice and marinated. Why isn't the ad going off? There it goes. Ad is just aura. Yeah, head empty. There it goes. There goes the ad. Alright. Well. Yeah. Here we are. Why are we here? Only to suffer. I don't know. I don't know why we're here. But why suffer when you can just, like, have fun, right? Pretty sure the noodle is fettuccine. Is it? I think, like, fettuccine is, like, not as wide as the one pictured in this one. I could be wrong. It could just be, like, how it's, plated. Plated? Bold? Plate bold? You know what I mean. You know what I mean. How it's put in there. Right? I don't know. If it is fettuccine, cool. If it isn't, okay. Anyways, meow. Was it 2 or 3? I don't know. I'll just keep it right there. Alright, ad break is almost over. 10 seconds. I'm gonna have a sip of coffee. Mmm. Coffee, yummy. Anyways, here we go.
2 tablespoons or 30 grams of hoisin sauce, and mix
Hoisin
together
sauce.
until combined. But listen, if you want to save even more money, you don't have to buy the light and the dark soy sauce. You can just combine the two and use one singular soy sauce
Whoa.
to save even more money. It won't hurt the final dish. Heat a wok over medium-high heat. Add 2 tablespoons or 30 grams of vegetable oil. Swirl to coat the wok. Add half a pound or 225 grams of boneless, skinless
Now
chicken
we're
thighs cut
walking.
into half-inch cubes. Season
Get
to taste
it.
with salt and sear for 1 to 2
It's
minutes.
'cause-
Then begin
'cause
stir-frying
he's
just
using a
until the
wok.
chicken's cooked through. Another 2 to 4 minutes. Now from there, you're gonna add 1 thinly sliced shallot, 8 cloves of garlic finely
Shallot.
chopped, 2 Thai chilies thinly sliced, and 1 red Fresno chili or jalapeno finely chopped. Season to taste with salt. Stir fry for about 30 seconds or just until fragrant and lightly softened. Then add 8 ounces or 225 grams of broad dried rice noodles that have been prepared
Rice
according to
noodles.
package directions. Some will
Broad
require
dried
rehydration, and
rice
some will
noodles.
require
All
cooking.
right,
Point
sure.
is, they need to be flaccid. Toss to combine, add your
Flaccid.
sauce, and toss once more just to coat. Now, right at the very end, I want you to cut off the heat and add half an ounce or 14 grams of holy basil or Thai basil leaves. They can be torn, finely chopped, left whole. It's totally up to you. Now fold that together, transfer to a bowl, and that is your drunken noodle. Your
That
total
does look
ingredient
pretty
cost, if you have to
tasty.
buy absolutely everything, is $23.85. Now the total recipe cost of the ingredients that you actually used is $8.95, which totals your cost per serving for 4 at $2.24 a
That's
serving.
not bad
And
at
now
all.
let's taste.
I mean, they're drunken noodles, so if you have maybe a long night, if you know what I
That's
mean,
not
doing
bad
things
at
that
all.
aren't good for your body, put this in your body. It will make you feel worse, but it will taste good.
Oh man, of all the things I would put in my body, that would definitely be one of them. Definitely 100%.
For the body, good for the mind.
Spicy,
nom.
salty, umami, a little sweet, chewy
Looks
rice
so
noodles,
good.
chicken, meaty.
I love the flavor profile. I don't know what's coming through the most. Maybe it's the basil. That flavor is just so good
nom,
mixed with
nom.
the chili. I'd love to see this with like chow mein noodles. I feel like that'd be really
Oh.
good. I love the flavors of this.
Drunken noodles, an incredible dish, but probably not my favorite. I think we have better ones coming. Moving on.
Moving on to pastina. This is essentially
Pastina.
the dish that the nonna would serve you if you weren't feeling so good. Also, how was that?
Aw, they're
Italian
little
accent? That was pretty
stars.
good. Come on. This recipe is $1.55 a serving.
pastas look
for 4
like little
servings. Full price
stars.
breakdown after the recipe. In a 2-quart saucepan,
6
or
pointed
slightly larger,
stars.
that's fine. You're gonna add 1 quart or 950 milliliters of chicken stock. Set that over medium
Okay.
high and bring that to a boil. Once it's boiling, add 1 cup or
Oh.
120 grams of pastina to the pot. That's
Okay, so instead of using water, it's just boiled in chicken broth. All right, all right.
tiny little
I'm
baby
cool with
pastas.
this.
Look how cute they are. Let that cook for 8 to 10
Yaw.
minutes or until al dente. And at this point, pretty much all of the liquid should have either evaporated or been absorbed by the pasta. So it's quite
Hell
thick
yeah.
already. It's kind of like a risotto. You're going to cut off the heat and add a 1/4 cup or 60 grams of unsalted butter. Constantly stir that together until it's melted and emulsified. And then finally, add 3/4 of a cup or 60 grams of grated pecorino or Parmigiano Reggiano cheese. Hell, maybe even a
Nice,
mix of
nice.
both. It really depends on your taste.
Gimme,
I should also
gimme.
add, if you want to add a cheaper cheese,
I
you
want
can
it.
totally do that. The whole point of this is you only need a small amount of a really nice quality cheese. Now, vigorously stir that to emulsify. You're gonna spoon that onto a plate as much as you like. I flattened it
my
out. This is really
lord.
meant to just be served as is. That said, if you decide to add anything on top of this, such as more cheese and potentially black pepper, that is not covered in the
Beautiful.
cost, but it honestly would only add a marginal addition, maybe a buck or two. So here's our cost breakdown. If
Yay.
you have to buy absolutely everything, it's $16.26.
Oof.
And just for the ingredients that you used for the recipe, you're spending $6.19, which totals your
Okay.
cost per serving to be $1.55 for 4 servings. Not bad considering how luxurious
Fair
it
enough,
tastes.
fair enough.
It was hard to determine if this
Looks
was a
pretty
noodle
tasty.
dish or not. I know what we're thinking. Pasta isn't noodles, it's pasta. Look, it's close enough.
It's a very savory dish. There's a lot of good flavors coming from that chicken stock. I mean, it's not risotto, but for the time you put in and the cost, you get something very similar.
I also was pretty surprised by this.
Very
It's
nice.
super rich, and there's a surprising depth of flavor for this being, what, like 4 things?
It's another example of like really basic and relatively cheap ingredients. The cheese is on the expensive side, I will say that. And honestly, that's where the majority of the price comes from. But if you're making your own chicken stock, you're not even buying it, which by the way, buying it these days, I feel like is pretty cheap anyways. But whatever stock you use is going to create the basis of this flavor. So the better the stock,
Heck
the better
yeah,
the
let's
pastina,
go.
and it doesn't require a lot of money to make great stock. So that said, the amount of flavor you get out, you're really wringing out every last dollar of flavor. This is by far the most deep flavor, the most unctuous, hearty dish we've had today. I'm surprised. This is actually like my 2nd or 3rd time, I think, ever making pastina. And I think this might be the best iteration despite how simple it is. Moving on.
Very nice. What I would say though is, what I would probably do instead of like the black pepper, I know that's an optional thing. I like to use chili flakes. I like the chili flakes. They're very tasty. Yum 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 yum. I like it to kick it up. Yum yum.
We have chow mein. This recipe is a little more towards the Chinese American
Chow
style. It makes 6 servings
mein.
at $1.31 each. Full price breakdown after the recipe.
Okay.
So first in a small bowl, we're gonna make a little
That's a
bit of a
big serving too.
So to that bowl, you're gonna add 2 teaspoons or 8 grams of cornstarch, 1 teaspoon or 4 grams of toasted sesame oil, 1.5 tablespoons or 22 grams of rice wine vinegar, 2.5 tablespoons or 40 grams of light soy sauce, 2 tablespoons or 30 grams of
Gotta be
oyster
gentle on
sauce.
the
With
chili
that
flakes.
combined,
That's
and now we
fair.
cook. Now,
It's
either
not
in
for
a large
everyone.
pan, a large wok,
Some
whatever
people
you
have
have in your
allergies,
house
some
that is a
people have,
large
like,
cooking surface. You're gonna heat
stomach
that over medium-high
problems.
heat. Add 2 tablespoons or 30 grams of vegetable oil, swirl to coat.
Understandable.
And once that's ripping hot, you're gonna add half a pound or
Pick up some
225
cayenne.
grams of boneless skinless
Cayenne's
chicken
pretty
thighs
good.
cut into half-inch cubes. Make sure that goes on into one layer,
Yeah,
okay? I
yeah.
don't want your chicken boiling on top of each other and not getting that good color. We want the Maillard reaction. So while that's searing, season it lightly
pretty
with
much.
salt, sear for about 2 minutes, stir
Pretty
fry,
much.
add a little bit extra salt to taste, then add a quarter head of Napa cabbage thinly sliced, 1 carrot julienne, 2 ribs of celery small diced,
Cayenne is
2 green
wonderful.
onions cut into
You
1
know what
inch
else is
segments,
wonderful?
season lightly with salt,
Your
stir fry for about
face.
2 minutes or
Got
just until
'em.
the veg is softened. Then
Yeah,
add
heckin'
12 ounces or
wholesome.
340 grams of
Baka.
chow mein noodles. You're gonna add these according to package directions. The reason I say that is some chow mein noodles come fresh from the store that you have to parboil.
Spice
and
is
some
just
come
good.
parboiled.
So are
it really
you.
depends on
Ha,
the brand and
got
the store
'em.
you buy them from. Just be aware of that. Now, toss
You're
that to
good.
combine. And optionally, I do hate bean sprouts, but somehow I like them in chow mein. Do I have an explanation
No,
why?
you.
No, I do not. So add 1 cup or 85 grams of bean sprouts,
Baka.
followed by your sauce. Toss that over and over until completely incorporated with
Yeah,
the sauce.
get
Then cut off
wholesome.
your heat. Add 7 cloves of garlic, finely chopped. Yes, 7 cloves. Stir that to combine.
7
let it get
cloves?
nice and
Wait, only 7 cloves for that amount of nudes? That is not enough garlic, my dude. Double it. Double it. Needs more garlic.
garlicky and
SMH.
Divide among 6 side dish plates and garnish with thinly sliced green onion. Your total ingredient cost, should you have to buy absolutely everything, is $30.17.
I may really like garlic, okay?
Now again, you're buying whole ingredients. You won't use the whole thing in this recipe. Things like soy sauce, oil, so on and so forth. For the ingredients that are actually used fully in this recipe, you're at $7.87, which totals your cost per serving for 6 side dish portions at $1.31 per serving. And now let's taste.
Chow mein, the quintessential Chinese takeout noodle. I love the simplicity of this dish. Let's eat it. The beauty of this dish is whatever vegetables you put in here become the dish. So as long as you keep it relatively simple, some sort of nice greens or a cabbage, or maybe a little bit of onion or shallot or whatever you got, it's gonna perfume this whole dish, and you've got this nice vegetable dish that's fresh.
It still feels like a good part of the meal, and the meal still feels light, but you can have the whole thing.
But it also has unctuousness, it has richness, but not too much. I like
Unctuousness?
this.
What the heck is unctuousness? I need to look this up. What is unctuousness? Unctuousness. Smooth, polite, and agreeable speech or manner. Unctuously, adverb. Yeah. What a weird word. I have never heard that word before. Unctuousness. Boldness, rudeness, impudence, audacity, discourtesy. I'm thinking he's using it in the boldness term. Okay, okay. Fair enough. English is my first language, but there's a lot of weird words that you just
Moving on.
never
Next
hear.
up, a dish not talked about enough. San Francisco-style Vietnamese garlic noodles. I adapted this recipe from my homie Kenji Lopez Alt in his book, The Walk. I normally
That
don't do
does
that,
look
but I
pretty
loved
good.
his recipe because it was so cost efficient. Thank you, Kenji. Coming in with 6 servings at $1.12 a serving. In a 5-quart saute pan, you're gonna add about 2 quarts roughly of water. You need this thing to be big. A pot would probably do even better, but surface area is helpful for the style of recipe. So add your 2 quarts of water and bring to a boil. Now separately, in a 5-quart saucepan over medium heat, add a quarter cup or 60 grams of unsalted butter. Once that's melted, you're gonna add 20 cloves of
20
thinly sliced
cloves.
garlic. You might be
Here we
thinking, "Josh,
fucking
that's a
go.
lot." Oh,
Hell
You know
yeah.
what? It 25 cloves. That's what you get for complaining. And let that cook gently
Yeah.
stirring often, just until fragrant and the garlic becomes translucent.
Yay.
And cut off the heat. Once your water in your other pan is boiling, add 1 pound or 450 grams of spaghetti and cook for about 8 to 10 minutes or until al dente. Now while that's cooking, to your butter garlic mixture, you're gonna add 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of fish sauce, 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of soy sauce, 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of oyster sauce. Mix together. Now add your garlicky butter sauce to your noodles and toss constantly to emulsify. Then add 1 ounce or 20 grams of Parmigiano Reggiano. Toss
Heck
constantly
yeah.
until beautifully emulsified and almost creamy-like. And then toss in
Oh
2
my
green onions thinly
lord.
sliced, mix to combine. Transfer
It's-
to your
it's
plates
beautiful.
and garnish with the remaining green onion. Now, your
It's
total cost, should you
beautiful.
have to buy absolutely everything, is $25.71.
Bro.
But just for the ingredients that are used only in this recipe, you're at $6.71, which totals your cost per serving for 6 side
That's
dish
not bad.
portions at $1.12 a serving. And now let's taste.
San Francisco style garlic noodles. Although there's an Italian ingredient and sort of an Italian process here, you'll also notice some Asian inspiration with soy sauce, fish sauce, garlic, 2 great regions coming together into
Yay.
one beautiful plate of food. There's something special about
Nom,
this. I feel like I
nom.
could eat this whole plate. I don't think I could say that for every single thing on this list. It's umami, it's rich, it's salty. It's got some fattiness from the butter and the cheese, but there's not so much that it stops you from eating this.
I think all the flavors in this are really delicate. Everything's hitting you in just the right way that you're like, this has a somewhat addictive quality to it.
I was expecting a clash here. I thought the Italian
like in this
noodles
doesn't
would fit
have
with
to
the
fight,
Asian
so
ingredients that we're
25
putting in,
close is
but
fine.
Instead, it's a really good harmony of flavor.
Yeah,
I'm very
well,
surprised by it.
Moving
meow.
on.
Next up, yaki
Got 'em.
udon. This is sort of like an everything with the
Oh,
kitchen sink.
yaki
You can
udon.
add whatever you want to yaki
Dude,
udon.
I
My
love
recipe is
udon.
what I like to add.
It's
It's
so
simple,
good.
but it's tasty and contains a lot of ingredients that you may actually have. This recipe makes 4 servings at $2.36 each. Full price breakdowns after the recipe. Starting with our yaki udon sauce. Into a bowl, add 2 tablespoons or 30 grams of dark soy sauce, 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of mirin, 1 tablespoon or 15 grams
Not
of
the
rice
biggest
wine vinegar,
fan.
1 teaspoon
That's
or 4
totally
grams of
fine.
granulated sugar,
You don't
1
have to
tablespoon or
like
15
everything.
grams of light soy sauce, 2
Everyone has
tablespoons or
different
30
tastes.
grams of oyster sauce. Whisk that together until thoroughly combined, and that is your yakimami sauce.
When I initially had udon for the first time, I was really put off by like how thick the noodles were, but I tried it again like probably 15, 20 years after that time, and I love it now. I absolutely love it now.
I don't know what I'm saying. The cooking process for this is probably the easiest out of all of them. Heat a wok over high heat. Add 2 tablespoons or 30 grams of vegetable oil. Swirl that to coat around that little wok. Add half a sweet onion, julienne, a quarter head of Napa cabbage, rough chopped, 3 green onions cut into 1-inch segments, and a quarter pound or 112 grams of button mushrooms. Give that a little toss to coat with the oil. Season
Butt
takes with salt
and mushrooms?
Stir fry for 3
Yo.
to 4 minutes or until soft and starting to pick up a little bit of color. Now pour that out of the wok. Add 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of vegetable oil. Let that get nice and hot. Crack 2 eggs in your wok. Don't forget to season to taste with salt. And scramble
Very
them
much
as they
so,
cook. Add your
Malamac.
vegetables back into the wok, along with 1 pound or 450 grams of udon noodles, half a teaspoon or 2 grams of ground white pepper, half a teaspoon or 2 grams of MSG. Add your
MSG.
yaki udon sauce, toss to combine.
Hoo-yo.
And once that's hot throughout and thoroughly coated in your sauce and MSG. Completely cut off the heat. Add 3 cloves of finely chopped garlic and toss thoroughly. The whole goal of adding the raw garlic at the end is you're perfuming it with this fresh, spicy, pungent, garlicky flavor. It's a good thing. Now split
Oh,
that
yeah.
amongst 4 bowls or into 1 giant bowl. I'm not judging. Garnish with toasted sesame seeds, thinly sliced green onion, and totally optionally bonito flakes. I will say, bonito flakes can get really, really expensive. So if this takes the price too high for you or you can't find the cheap brand that
I've
you
never
use,
actually
then
had
you can
bonito
totally eliminate
flakes.
it. I personally like it on there, but it doesn't break the recipe if you don't have it. Your total ingredient cost, should you have to buy absolutely everything, is $39.98.
Holy
and just for
balls.
the ingredients that are used in this specific recipe, you're at $9.43.
Yeah, this isn't a snack. This is a full-on dinner. Holy crap. Taste-wise, definitely worth it. I imagine it's also pretty filling as well.
Which totals your cost per serving at $2.36 for 4 nicely sized servings. Time to taste.
Yaki udon. Not loved on enough, not talked about enough. I would argue potentially one of the coolest and easiest to make, put in what you got type noodle dishes. The bonito flakes are optional, but they shouldn't be because they are insane how good they are. But even without the bonito flakes, there's a very distinct taste and
You're
experience.
making buffalo
with this
pork
dish.
shoulder
These are
later.
the thickest noodles
Heck
in
yeah.
this video, and honestly, it gives it a lot more
It's gonna be
texture. It's just a bigger
tasty.
bite. It's a bigger experience, but it's also easy to eat a lot of this. Like the vegetable flavor really comes through on this, but it's not overpowering the whole dish. You get that nice soy flavor, that deep umami.
This is extremely savory. It reminds me of a pad thai with how things are mixed together in this, but it has a really good flavor to it, and I love the thickness of the noodles. I think it complements it really well. This is my favorite one of the day. I love the eggs, I love the mushrooms. Everything within it is combined really well, and if there's one I'm gonna be making a lot of, it's this one.
Many of long nights in Japan were finished with a bowl of yaki udon for me when I lived there. It's a classic that's slept on, and I hope you make this.
Here's what I will say. Out of
Beautiful.
everything that we've eaten today, somehow this is both the most straightforward flavor, yet simultaneously one of the more luxurious tasting noodle dishes to me. And for not that much more money than any of the other noodle dishes, it's one of my favorites, but I don't know that it is my favorite. But hopefully we'll find that by moving on.
Moving on to japchae, one of my favorite
Japchae.
Korean noodle dishes. This recipe makes 2 generous servings at $3.13 per serving.
You can tell right away that it uses rice noodles because they have this sort of like glisten to them. They're pretty good too.
First, we're gonna make our egg garnish, also called jidan. Now, you're gonna need 2 egg yolks, seasoned lightly with salt,
Jadon my soul! Jadon my soul! I am entertaining myself.
And mix together. Heat a small non-stick pan over medium heat. Spray with cooking oil and add your egg yolks. Cook for 45 seconds to 1 minute or just until about 70.
It's a Hollow Live reference if anyone's confused.
25% of the way cooked through, flip, cut the heat, let sit in the pan for another 30 seconds, take it out of the pan, roll it up, and cut it into thin threads. Kind of a chiffonade, essentially. These are a little under a quarter inch thick. In a large pot filled with water, bring to a boil over medium-high heat, add 6 ounces or 170 grams of sweet potato noodles, and cook them according to package directions. This is probably one of the more expensive noodles to buy, but they are worth it. Heat a wok over medium-low heat, add 4 ounces or 115 grams of baby spinach, cook that down, stirring.
I probably wouldn't like this then. I just don't like sweet potatoes. Everything else looks delicious, but I don't like sweet potatoes. I'm willing to try this. I am willing to try this, but I don't like sweet potatoes.
Frequently until fully wilted, about 1 to 2 minutes. Now look, typically you would see this spinach boiled in a traditional recipe instead of sauteed like this. Do either or. I personally don't boil it because sometimes it saps the nutrients out of your food. And look, I'm trying to be a little healthier here. Season that spinach with 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of soy sauce and 2 teaspoons or 8 grams of sesame oil. Remove the spinach from the wok and set to the side. Now let's cook our alliums. Heat that same wok over medium-high heat. Add 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of vegetable oil. Then add 3 green onions cut into 2-inch segments and half a sweet onion sliced. Season and taste with salt. Stir fry for 1 to 2 minutes or until
sweet potatoes
softened
are
and
a
beginning
texture
to
taste
develop
kind of
color.
deal for
Remove
you.
and set to the side.
Fair
Turn the
enough.
wok back to medium heat. Coat with the
For me, I like the texture of sweet potatoes because it's just a potato. However, because it's so sweet, it really throws me off because every time I have potatoes, I expect savory, right? And sweet potatoes are sweet. Simple as that. I don't know why exactly I'm so like averse to sweet things a lot of the times. It's like, I don't know, I kind of feel like there's a time and a place for sweetness, and a potato is not either of those, right? I don't know.
same amount of oil. Add 5 button mushrooms, thinly sliced, season to taste with salt, and stir fry for 2 to 3 minutes, or until cooked through and beginning to develop color. I know what you're thinking, Josh, why don't you just cook all these together? Well, you could totally do that, and frankly, I probably would in most cases, but for the sake of old school traditionality, these things are meant to be cooked separately and then combined in the end. Once your mushrooms are cooked, set them to the side. Heat the wok again, same amount of oil. Add 1 carrot, julienne, season to taste with salt, stir fry 1 to 2 minutes.
That's a lot of oil,
set to the
though.
side. Again, heat the wok, oil, half a red bell pepper, julienne, stir fry for 1 to 2 minutes, set to the side, and now we assemble. Now, grab a large
That is a lot of
mixing
oil.
bowl and add your cooked noodles, your mushrooms, your green onion and sweet onion, your carrot, your red bell pepper. Follow that with 1 clove of finely chopped garlic, 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of soy sauce, 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of sweet soy sauce, or just a pinch of sugar if you don't have that. Toss, 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 and then just season with additional soy sauce to taste if you desire. And optionally, you can also add some toasted sesame oil to taste if you wish. Transfer your noodles to a
Why
plate.
would you
and
add
garnish with
even
cooked
more
spinach, your
oil?
jidon, which is the cooked egg yolk. Sprinkle with toasted
Bruh.
sesame seeds and thinly sliced green onion. That is your japchae. Now to our cost breakdown. Your total ingredient cost, should you buy everything, is $26.79. But just for the cost of the ingredients used only in the recipe, you're spending about $6.25, which totals your cost per serving to $3.13. Of course, you'll be left over with
see.
soy sauces, maybe even more noodles, vegetables, so on and so forth. Use those for another recipe because guess what? The total amount that you spent if you bought everything isn't all used in the singular recipe. And now we taste.
This is
Whoa,
the more
no
unique
way.
noodle that we have today, and probably one of the more expensive noodles. But does that mean that it's as good as the price might suggest?
They're very chewy and it's surprisingly smooth in your mouth.
This is the lightest
Surprisingly smooth in your mouth. If only it was always that way, ooh woo.
bite we've had all day. If you like noodle dishes, or really any food for that matter, to have lots and lots of flavor, but really sit on you light, this is kind of that dish. You can fit a ton of vegetables in it. The diversity of the texture in this somehow feels ultra unique because of the glass noodles. They're a little more chewy than you would typically expect, almost like a mochi-like chew. I like it. They're great.
It's definitely light. It does feel more like a side
do
than
like
a
a
main.
chewy
I think
noodle.
it stands on its own really well, and I love all the different components of it. I think it comes together to make a really good bite.
I like that it calls itself out as a side though. You You don't need to change anything about it. That said, moving on.
Moving on to what I'm calling the budget chili garlic noodle. What does that
Oh.
mean? Well, chili garlic noodles can sometimes get a little expensive with all the different spices that I like to put in mine. So how do we make that cheaper? This recipe makes 2 servings at $1.91 each. So
Gimme,
get a
gimme.
2-quart saucepan over medium
Gimme,
high.
gimme.
Heat a half cup or 120 milliliters of vegetable oil to 350 Fahrenheit or 175 degrees Celsius. I'm using this specific ramen brand. But you
Bulldog.
can use any ramen brand you want.
Good
And
brand.
You need a total of 2 of these bad boys. Now, first take out whatever is inside your ramen packet, whether it's dry ingredients or dry ingredients with wet ingredients. The point is, pour your spice packets, sauce packets, whatever you got into that bowl. And on top of that, you're gonna add 1.5 tablespoons or 22 grams of gochugaru or any chili flake you want. Mix that together. Then you're gonna pour your hot oil, which again has been heated at 350 Fahrenheit or 175 Celsius. Bing bong. Whisk that
Good
together
morning,
until fully combined,
Cobra.
and you have your chili oil. Now, cook what remains in your ramen packages, which should be 2 noodle discs, noodle squares. They're different depending on the brand.
True. If you get Shin Ramyun, it's a circle. If you get Bulldog, it's like a bigger square than the Maruchan ramen. So it definitely depends on what ramen you get.
Cook according to package directions in boiling water. Then strain and transfer your noodles into the chili oil. Toss to combine, transfer to a plate, and garnish with finely chopped green onion.
Shin all
and
the way.
finely chopped
Hey,
garlic. Now for
high
the cost
five.
breakdown. Your total ingredient cost, should you have to buy absolutely everything, is $13.95. I should add, $7 of that total cost, by the way, is spent on a 5-pack of Bulldog noodles, which is kind of the small size that we found. So if you were to buy, let's
Yeah, they
say,
come in a
top ramen
5-pack
for $1
usually.
each or $2 each, it would be significantly less because you wouldn't have to buy all 5, blah, 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 blah. Now, just for the cost of the ingredients that we used in this recipe is $3.83, which puts your total cost per serving at $1.91 per serving for some luxurious, umami-rich
Nom 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 nom.
And now let's taste.
We have a spicy chili noodle. I feel like if I got this in front of me, I would not go, oh, this someone just like rehashed an instant ramen pack and added oil to it.
It makes me concerned that it's happened to me in the past.
So I'll give it a little mix. Dig in, fellas.
That's insane. That is dangerous.
It's literally just one additional step, which is instead of putting everything into one pot, you just boil the ramen in that pot. And then the second step is pouring the hot oil with your mix-ins that you normally put in. That's it. Out of all the chili oil noodles that I've made, effort
Beautiful.
for those is 3 times as much. I might even say this is better than some of them. Like I would put this in my top 5.
The fact that this is just a packet of ramen plus oil and then optionally garlic and green onions, it's insane how much this is leveled up.
This took
Gimme, gimme.
Josh 5 minutes to make. It
Gimme, gimme.
tastes like this is something he took all day.
This is
I
low
love me
cost
some noodles.
and low effort. This video isn't even about being low effort, but it's funny how those go hand in hand. So what is the best cheap noodle dish out of all of these? If you're gonna make
Your mom. Got him.
one. I was surprised to say it was the spicy chili oil noodles. A lot of the ramens these
I would just like to say, every time that he does this shot, I see this orange jar in the background, and I'm thinking like, oh, that's gonna be buffalo sauce, right? But no, of course not. These are dry ingredients. That's lentils. The only reason I know that that's lentils is because my mother has 2 jars like that in the cupboard. It's got those orange lentils in it.
days have the flavors so dialed in. It's got MSG in it, packed full of flavor. It's minimal effort, but the best part about it is it's guaranteed to be good every single time you make it. So you're not gonna accidentally under-season it, etc. So if you're gonna make one of these, make that, but also don't forget to subscribe. I love you so much. Goodbye.
You know what else is really good? B-roll, which we don't have. Lame. What a nerd. No B-roll? Come on. I would definitely have that though. Kitty! Kitty kitty! Meow. Meow. Aww. Look at that little cutie. Aww. Yeah. Get those scratches. Get those scratches. Yeah. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Yay. I wish I was that flexible. So heckin' adorbs. Kitty cat. Meow. Mood. Aww. Oh.
What happened to Last Epoch?
Hey,
Good
folks,
question.
This is Ranker.
For those that don't know, that is Asmongold. We're watching an Asmongold video. Last Epoch, for those unaware, is like a... If you've ever played Diablo or anything similar, it's that type of game. It's an ARPG, action RPG. It's top-down, isometric view, and you just go around killing shit. Granted, it does have different mechanics, but that's what sets these games apart.
And what happened to Last Epoch? Everyone was talking about this game. Every ARPG streamer was playing it. It felt like every content creator was jumping off the sinking ship that
People
was
are playing
the
it a lot.
SS Diablo 4 bad and onto this life raft of Last Epoch. And then something strange happened.
Right?
And there was good reason that Last Epoch was so popular. It was everything that so many people who were disappointed in D4 wanted. A game with a rich skill system, deep itemization, crafting, a solid endgame offering that has a fun gameplay loop and meaningful progression in it, and a robust trade system as well that doesn't penalize players who refuse to trade. And I remember being at the Last Epoch booth at Gamescom this summer in Germany, and 95% of the people that I spoke to who tried the demo at the booth expressed disappointment in D4 and said they were loving Last Epoch. Even a lot of Path of Exile players loved Last Epoch. It was basically a version of Path of Exile with a lot of bloat and complexity trimmed away, but still with a richness of depth to it.
I'm gonna give a hot take. I don't think Path of Exile is even that complex. I said it. That's right, I said it. The only complexity is like in combination of skills and passives. That's the only real complexity. There's a shit ton of variety you can do. And that's half the fun. You can do a ton of different builds. And it's great. It's wonderful. It's just that when people look at the skill tree, the passives, when they level up, they take one look and they're like, oh, that's a lot of stuff. And yeah, it is a lot of stuff. But you know what you can do? Just take it one step at a time. It may look intimidating at first, but once you get into it, not at all. Just thinking about your build and be like, yeah, I'll just put points this way and go for this. And if you're really unsatisfied with your build, guess what you could do? You can reset those points. You can swap out your skills, swap out your equipment. Yeah, that's great. That's honestly great. And you know what? I'm looking forward to Path of Exile 2, which will be coming out soon. And just like the first one, it's free to play. Free to play. I forgot to put it on my wish list, so it'll like inform me when it actually releases. Path of Exile 2. Where is it? There you are. View page. Add to wish list. There we go. Very nice. Very nice. Alright, cool. Anyways, back to the video.
So if Last Epoch was everything that everyone wanted, why is no one playing it anymore? When it launched out of early access on
Just pull it up.
Where is Last Epoch? He's doing some
It was Last of Us.
investigation.
Damn, it's still not even on there.
Holy crap. It's just no one playing Last Epoch?
154 viewers. Basically,
Bruh.
nobody's streaming it right now.
February 1st. Last Epoch peaked at over
Okay.
260,000 concurrent players on Steam within
Damn.
days of launch. But by 1 month post-release,
I wanted to make sure that we knew what we were talking about, right? Like, it's not that
So what
I
happened?
completely agree with this conclusion, but I just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page.
Howdy,
Last
irate
Epoch was
Wookie,
seeing
how
less
you
than a
doing?
third of its peak player base still logging in daily.
Yeah.
Today, we're less than 2 months since release, and we're seeing about 16,000 peak daily concurrent players.
Hi-hi.
Right.
Now, in fairness, 16,000 is still a respectable number, but it does represent only about 6% of what the peak was at
Yeah,
maximum
what
hype
happened?
less than 2 months ago. 94% of people have
doing well
stopped
today?
playing
Yeah, I'm
Last
doing all right.
Epoch. And the question
Doing all right,
is,
doing all right.
why?
I think one big reason why is because a lot of streamers push the game super hard. Like the hype for the game was like even higher than it probably like quote should have been, because like I was pushing it, Darth Microtransaction was pushing it, Riker was pushing it, Rax was pushing it, Quinn was pushing it. I think Shroud played it too. So like a lot of people pushed it.
Let me take a look at Last Epoch on Steam. Last Epoch. $34.99. That's not terrible for a price point. Not terrible. But also kind of expensive to me. Because, as most of you know, I am poor. I am poor, so yeah. I mean, on the bright side, it's like you buy it once and you have the game. You don't have to like suffer through microtransactions, right? At least I hope that's not the case. If you have microtransactions in a paid game, that's not good, yo. Anyways.
Way more than like what normally would be there. Why am I so red? That's a good question. Why the fuck am I so red? Yeah, it's a really good question. What the hell happened?
I'm guessing this is like during sunset or something. Sunrise or sunset when he filmed this.
Is this just normal new game attrition? Or is this part of a bigger looming issue? Before we dive into the bigger picture, we can see that a look at a few other analytics
It's Blood Moon event
tells the same story.
I can see right away something I don't like. If you're looking right here, oh, there it is. Health potion right there. Oof. I like how PoE does the potions. I like it a lot. Basically in PoE, you have like potions as equipment, right? And they have charges on them. And each time you use the potion, it takes away like a quarter of the charges to heal you. And you regain charges as you kill stuff. It's a really nice system. You don't have to keep picking up random ass potions every so often. I hated that in D2 and D3. Like, bruh. I don't want to like be hoarding potions. Just let me equip a bunch of different ones. That's a great way to do it. PoE. Great way to do it. $40 on any game. It either has to be huge or it's a barrier to poor players. Probably a different story if it was $20. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like when Pow World came out, it came out with a 10% discount. So it was $27. And I bought it. I played it day one. I love the shit out of it. I still play Pow World. Great game. And it's gonna get so much better because, well, it's early access. That said, not all early access games are good stories. For example, if anyone is familiar with 7 Days to Die, it is leaving early access. It's been in early access for about 10 years in development, you know? And they're finally leaving early access. The problem, though, is that they're increasing the price of the game substantially. I think the normal price of the game previously was like $20. Something like that. And they're increasing it to $44.99. Yeah. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. And I feel like because of that alone, it's going to be review bombed. I hate to say it, but as good of a game it is, as much as I love 7 Days to Die, man, it's going to get review bombed. Anyways.
That a look at a few other analytics
It's Blood Moon event
tells the same story. Google search interest in Last Epoch is down to 6% of what it peaked at around launch. And YouTube search interest is...
No, they won't review bomb me. They'll review bomb 7 Days to Die. It's a game. It's currently, you can pick it up for $5.99. So the regular price was $24.99. So they're going to be increasing the price by $20 for the game. Currently, the reviews are on very positive, which is, let's see, what's the percentage? 88%. Yeah, 88% of the reviews for the game are positive. But, like, if it's... I don't know. I want the game to succeed because I love 7 Days to Die. It's such a great game. I have 346 hours on it. I would not have played it that much if I didn't love the game. Absolutely. But because...
Review love aura?
Review love? I don't know. I don't know, man. Sky Climber is basically Pal World, but with better art style, air and sea sailing, procedurally generated worlds, the monsters evolve, classes for the player, and more that I haven't said yet. That's worthy of $40. Oh. I have never heard of this. Is this on Steam? Sky Climbers. There it is. Okay. By this thing called Paratope. Looks like it's a similar level of graphics. Looks like the building may be like a top-down thing. Okay. I am not opposed to having like a top-down zoom-out thing when building. I am not opposed to that at all. I do like the idea of character classes. I like the idea of having creatures that evolve. Okay. I'll have to see, like, actual, I don't know, gameplay? I don't know. Not out yet, but they show off the stuff in their Discord. Fair enough. All right, back to the vidya.
Barely better at about 8% of their peak. On Twitch, this game went from an average of 21,000 concurrent viewers throughout its release month
to
about
283.
400 concurrents today. By comparison, Bad That Exile sees an average of at least 10 to 20,000 concurrent viewers during the first month of a league, and maintains a few thousand towards the end of a league. And even Diablo 4 sees an average of a couple thousand concurrent viewers.
So it's
Now,
above
I'm not
that
one to
even.
point to
It's
Twitch
below
metrics to
even
say a game is
Diablo.
dead, but for those who do point to that and say Diablo 4 is dead based on its Twitch numbers, then Last Epoch is a
D4
pile
bad?
of ashes. And to some degree, this is part of a normal pattern you see with modern ARPGs, an ebb and flow of players whenever there's a content drop. One new ARPG that's trying to break from the mold in a number of different ways is No Rest for the Wicked, which is releasing into early access today and is a sponsor of today's video. Moon Studios, the developers of Ori,
I've heard
were
of this
huge
game.
Diablo 2 fans back in the day.
Ooh, Ori
and for
is such a
years, they've been
great
working on
game.
their take of where they saw the
Ori
genre
and the Blind
evolving,
Forest.
which includes tackling some core assumptions of the genre, the first of which is combat. Rather than
I am
click,
curious
click,
how
No Rest
they're
for the
going to
Wicked
handle such a difference in games. Like, Ori is like a Metroidvania style game, and this is like an ARPG skill-based sort of game. That is a huge difference. I mean, granted, you can see like some of the things in Ori as skill-based, but I would kind of disagree with that. I don't know. It's weird.
inspiration from
It
Eastern
makes
There's
me
only
feel
one
in my
click
heart.
because I have
I
a
know,
two-handed weapon. I
right?
just kill anything in one hit. You think I give a fuck?
Like just
These
the
are the souls
Right.
like combat. You dodge roll, you parry, you block. It's all
Whatchamacallit?
about timing and maneuvering.
I don't know.
The weapon you wield will establish what move set or abilities you have, with tons of options. The attribute points you allocate as you level up will determine what weapons you can equip, as well as your bonuses with those weapons.
Damn, why'd
how
he get
much
all that
stamina
loot?
you
I didn't
have,
get all
how
that
much
stuff off
focus
him.
you have to perform your special moves, all that ARPG
the hell
stuff.
happened?
Then items themselves have different rarities, with every
Wait,
rarity
y'all are getting
remaining
blues?
useful. and affixes that focus on
Yo.
clear and obvious bonuses that just feel good. There's also tons of crafting. There's a whole housing system where you
y'all
can
getting
customize your house
blues?
and upgrade all your crafting stations. There's lots of
What?
exploration. There's an endgame roguelite dungeon that they're going to implement to test your build. There's going to be up to 4-player co-op and PvP. To learn more, check out my 2 deep dive interview videos with the studio heads, and check out No Rest for the Wicked using my referral link in the description for 20% off.
It's
But as
unironically a good game.
for the conventional modern ARPGs, how does Last Epoch, a game that so successfully pulls off the modern ARPG formula, lose 94% of its player base? It's
Good
not
question.
because a competing ARPG released new content. Diablo 4's Gauntlet certainly didn't pull people away from Last Epoch.
No,
That's
it
for
didn't.
By the
damn
time
sure.
Path of Exile's Necropolis expansion launched, Last Epoch's numbers were already way down. Did some
Yeah.
other hit game like Pal World or Helldivers 2 come along to steal all the players? Unlikely. Pal World released in January. Helldivers 2 is a very different kind of game and also released a little
True.
earlier than Last Epoch. Is it just normal for new games to lose so many players so quickly? Well, sometimes, sure. If you look back at other big games that released,
I'm kind of waiting for him to like. I feel like I haven't really said a whole lot because I'm kind of waiting for him to like explain why, and
What
like then
is the
talk about
explanation?
like what the reasons are. Because like I've got so much to say about this.
I
and,
have
like
no
why,
idea.
why it happened.
I haven't played Last Epoch. I've heard only really good things about it. So where did all the players go? What happened?
so far in 2024, you see that Pal World was an insane smash
Yeah,
hit
I'm
that
ready
reached
to pop off.
2 million concurrent players on Steam on
Man,
January
I love
27th.
Pal
Where's it at
World.
now?
And now it's only seeing 66,000. It's
What's that?
To be fair, in Pal World, it's mostly a single player experience. Sure, you can play with other people, but there's only so much you can do in the game, right? There's only so much you can do.
2 million, 4 million. It's 2%. So it's 2%. It's nothing. That's even worse than Last Epoch. That's crazy.
lost 97% of its player base, an even worse figure than Last Epoch. But
That
Pal
does-
World
It's
is
actually
kind
below
of
2%.
an outlier.
Actually,
Have a lot
no,
of
no,
speed
no game
gamers.
on Steam
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. There are a lot of people that speed through content and then just like go to the next game. They get to the like max level character or whatever, go to the next game. Max level character, go to the next game. Rinse, repeat. Yeah. Honestly, I don't really like that type of gaming. Like, you don't need to be competitive. You don't have to rush. You could just, I don't know, enjoy the content. I mean, granted, everyone has like different ways that they enjoy things, but if you're just speeding through the content every time, like, I don't know.
sustains millions of players, except
Yeah.
for maybe Counter-Strike 2. And 66,000 still keeps it within the top 25.
Let's look at 5 games. Okay, Enshrouded started with
I also really like Palia, but my problem with Palia is like it's not very interesting to me. Like, it does technically have combat, but like it's more just hunting animals and like I don't know. It's how do I put it? It's just not very good to me. Granted, I did play it before release, so it might have like improved since, but I always find myself like struggling to find things to do because every time that I start getting into it, I keep getting bogged down by, oh, you have to wait for this thing to craft. Oh, you need this resource or whatever. And it's like, oh my god, why can't you just let me play? Why can't you just let me play? I lose my patience, and it's like, what do? What do? How you doing, Cool Lores? Over on the YouTubes. How you doing?
about the same amount that Last Epoch did, 160,000, and now it is down to less than last epoch. So you've got that Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 is not a good example because it's received a lot of new content updates, but Helldivers 2 is maintaining an incredibly healthy population by consistent updates and the effective application of the live service model to a degree that every other company should use as a benchmark.
Absolutely. Helldivers 2. Devs, y'all need to look at that shit. That is how you do a live service. Well fucking done. Well done.
Let's go ahead and think of another game. No rest for the wicked. No rest for the wicked. How many people are playing it on this? So we got really not really a whole lot. It's an early access game. It's too early to tell.
Howdy,
Power
Mr.
World, we already
Anime
saw
Boss.
that one.
How you doing?
Leaf Company, don't really care about
No,
that
I can
one.
go play some Power
Shit,
Cyberpunk. All right, good luck.
What are some new games that have come out recently? Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. Let's go ahead and look at that. Grand Blue Fantasy
I agree,
Relink.
Malamac.
Okay, so
I agree.
it started at 114, and now it is down to 9,000, 6,000. And that is with some content updates, but not a lot of content updates. Dragon's Dogma. Dragon's Dog. So it started with 228,000 people, and now it has 21,000 people. And it also came out still relatively recently in context of whenever Last Epoch came out. So you would expect these numbers to, in fact, go down. Let's see. Do I have one more game? 228K only? Wow. Yeah, it's mainly a PlayStation game, and it also is really expensive, so it's not surprising that it would go down.
True.
Monster Hunter World. No, I don't really want to do that one. Valheim, no. Baldur's Gate 3, no. It's too much. That game's like too much of a gold standard game. Come on. I gotta think of. I want to find one more game. Death Must Die.
Meow.
Game we're gonna play today.
Death Must Die, great game.
So the game had a peak of 13,000 players, and before the patch came out, it was at 1,000. So of course that is about 7%.
Too much of a gold standard. True.
So yeah, I mean, pretty good. It's a pretty good number. But all I'm really trying to do is I'm trying to paint a picture of the fact that this is extremely normal. This is extremely normal, and this is a use case that is repeated with many other games as well.
Extreme
Most
normal.
played games on Steam. Helldivers 2 hit 458,000 concurrent players on Steam on February 23rd. That's a little bit closer to Last Epoch scale. And today it's still at 167,000.
So it's a consistently maintained, massively culturally relevant live service game. Huge outlier.
That's almost 2 months later, and it still has 36% of its player base. Tekken 8 reached 50,000 players on...
It's a live service PvP game. Like, the entire game is built around consistent play and improvement. It's different than Last Epoch, because Last Epoch has a clear goal in mind. That's to get the best gear. So, once people hit a plateau in that, they're going to stop. In fighting games, you can't get better gear.
True.
Steam on January 29th.
All you can get in fighting games is better. Or good. Get better or get good. That's what you do for fighting games. Meow, 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 meow. Thank you for the head pat. Yeah, I can walk. How you doing, Yoko?
To 12,000 now. That's 24% left. Sons of the Forest
Have
peaked at 54,000 following
no
its
drop
launch
frames today.
at early
Yay.
access on February 22nd. It's down to 10,000 players today. That's about...
Just watch, I just jinxed it. I'm probably gonna drop stream because of this shit. Good job, me.
19% left.
Yeah.
Now, Last Epoch was far more popular than these last two games, yet its player counts today are roughly on par with them. And before you go and say, well, Helldivers is a different kind of game, it's meant to be infinitely replayable. Yes. I mean, ARPGs are meant to be games that we could play for hundreds and thousands of hours.
What? No, I never would have guessed that. Totally not.
No, I get what you're saying. I get what he's saying, but that's not really what makes sense with Last Epoch. And the reason why is that PoE wasn't even like that whenever it came out. If PoE had just not released any content for a long period of time, I remember whenever PoE came out, people weren't playing it at the beginning. It took a long time for PoE to generate that type of regular player base and people that were invested into the game. You have to remember that PoE actually officially launched, correct me if I'm wrong, 2014. And it had already been in the public eye at that point for 2 years prior to that.
Fair.
With early access and a closed and open beta. So yeah, it was 2012 whenever it first started.
Man, that's 12 years of dev. That's 12 years of development. Holy crap.
So, or at least it came out to the public and people first started seeing it through like Crypt's stream. That's how I saw it originally. So those games took a long time to like grow and build an audience. It's not like that happened overnight. Diablo 3 still held popularity. Diablo 3 also was built off of Diablo 2, one of the most successful PC games of all time, and still probably one of the best ARPGs ever made. Like, Last Epoch isn't built off of that. It doesn't have that type of tenure.
We're not talking about a single-player RPG that you're done with after one 30-hour playthrough. Now, I want to be explicitly clear about something.
Well, you kind of are, though, right? Because, like, for a lot of people, you are. That's the way that a lot of people play the game. Like, see, like, obviously for Riker, he's not, because he's a content creator about these games. For me, I played that. I did Monoliths for a while, and I was like, okay, that was really fun. I had a great time. I had a great time playing Last Epoch. It was awesome. But then I finished the content, and I moved on to other games. I think that's what a lot of people did.
About all this. None of this is a criticism of Last Epoch. This is a symptom of a bigger problem with modern ARPGs. Last Epoch is a great game. It has tons of depth. It has all the systems in it that it should have. It checks all the boxes of what fans want included in an ARPG. Is it perfect?
I do think that, like, there's an element of this, and this is very subjective, and I think this will probably be the most contentious thing that I say in this video. But a lot of Last Epoch's textures, graphics, and art direction seems very cheap. This looks cheap. This looks cheap.
Yeah, that's fair.
And I think it matters. Like, you compare this to Diablo 4.
Have those assets even been, like, updated since 2012? I don't know. I mean, granted, this could just be the aesthetic that they're going for, but he's totally right about that. They do look cheap.
Listen, you can say a lot of bad shit about Diablo 4, but the fucking game looks good.
In every way, no, but it's an amazing game. But after you spent a couple weeks with it, leveling...
Last Epoch is a AAA game disguised as a single A game, and Diablo 4 is a single A game disguised as a AAA game.
Up a character, delving into
yeah,
the
that
end
makes
game,
sense.
You've pretty much experienced what there is to experience. Maybe you can squeeze out some more playtime by trying out a few different builds,
Yeah,
but for most
experiencing
players,
things.
you're basically done. There just isn't enough endgame content to keep most people going for longer. And I'm part of that 94%.
Yeah, exactly. And like, you remember, like, listen, guys, like, Shaper didn't, like, even at Ziri
I
wasn't
never played
released
V-Rising, so I don't really have a
whenever
frame of
PoE
reference.
was released. They didn't add at Ziri until Sacrifice of the Vol. I think that was like the first patch or the second patch. And then Shaper didn't come out until like 2016.
Also, I didn't play Diablo
Like,
4 because fuck Blizzard. Simply put, fuck Blizzard.
PoE has had years and years and years of building on that game.
And who stopped playing? I love Last Epoch, but I don't see myself playing it again until the start of the next cycle. And I'm sure a lot of players are going to return at that point. The numbers are going to jump way up again.
Yeah.
And then after a couple more weeks...
And then they're going to go down. And then eventually, whenever Last Epoch comes out with a big patch or an expansion, the numbers are going to go way up again. And then they're going to go way down again. But whenever they go way down again, I bet that bottom out point is going to be higher than it was before the expansion, if they keep making the game better. Because it's not like... Good games don't just go like this. They go up and down and up and down. And then if you draw a line through the entire trend, hopefully the line goes like this and not like this.
You're going to peter back down. We saw the same thing happen with Diablo 3 Seasons. Everyone comes back for a week or two before disappearing for the next...
A week might be an overstatement, but okay.
2.5 months. Path of Exile's retention fares better, but even then, half the players are gone by week 3 of a new expansion.
True.
And 2 months in, we see about 20% left.
Exactly.
So when even Path of Exile, the most content-rich ARPG out there, with the greatest amount and variety of endgame content to engage with, can't retain more than 20% of its player base after 2 months, and is down to like 10% after 3 months, how could a new kid on the block like Last Epoch hope to do better? For a game release...
Who says they have to? Who says that needs to be the goal? Who decided that the success metric should be how many people keep indefinitely playing your, like, your seasonal-based ARPG? I don't think that's really the goal. I think that creating a good experience that is measured is better than trying to create an endless loop of activities that keep people in a fucking hamster wheel or in a Skinner box to play the game forever.
I agree.
That's what Diablo 4 tried, and that was awful. It was worse than Last Epoch.
Released by a small indie team making their first game, Last Epoch has been a huge success.
It was.
They sold 1 million copies before they even fully launched. Path of Exile has had 10 years to add endgame content, and no new game can possibly match that.
No.
Every new ARPG is going to feel smaller in comparison, and like it has less to do in the endgame, and honestly, that includes Path of Exile too, and I'm concerned about it. Now, the irony is that both...
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. I also think that PoE having their expansion come out, Necropolis, definitely made a lot of people that were maybe still fucking around on Last Epoch move over and play PoE at that point. Because, like, also you have to remember that streamers and viewers are a symbiotic relationship where streamers will obviously go to a game and play a game because they like the game, but if a lot of people aren't going to watch the game, they might play something else instead.
That is absolutely true. So many times I've wanted to play certain games on stream, and then I just do it, right? And then everyone leaves. Who would have guessed that if someone doesn't want to watch a game, they won't stick around? Wow, who would have guessed?
So, like, streamers create attention and hype for a game, but at the same time, viewers also follow the games that they want to see, and streamers will follow the viewers. So, again, it's like a symbiotic relationship, and it's like, you know, it's like which came first, the chicken or the egg? And, you know, basically with which came first, the chicken or the bunch of chickens? And so, yeah, I think that's also a big factor.
Needs more chimkins.
Diablo 4 and Last Epoch suffer from the same problem.
Yeah.
A lack of endgame content to keep players engaged in the long term. The difference is that Diablo 4 had some other major systemic problems, but even when all that is going to be fixed, we'll ultimately arrive probably at the same place we are with Last Epoch. There's just not enough endgame content to keep most people playing for more than a few weeks. Last Epoch...
Exactly, and that's not a bad thing because... Like, at the end of the day, the way that I really wish that people would stop measuring game quality on hours spent.
I agree completely. Just because you spend a lot of time in a game does not necessarily mean that it's a high quality game. The quality of a game could be absolute dog shit, but as long as it has a fun gameplay loop, you're going to keep playing it. You're going to keep playing it and playing it and playing it and playing it. That's great. It can be a really shitty, like, less than $5 game, and you can put a shit ton of hours in it. And it could be really low quality, but as long as the gameplay is good, hell yeah.
Please stop measuring game quality on that. It is the most toxic mindset to have, and the only thing it does is encourage developers to waste your time. Like, I had so much fun playing, like, here's a great example. Undertale. I played Undertale for 6 hours. I had an amazing time playing that game, and I loved it. I will remember that game in 10 years.
It's been, like, almost 10 years since I played Undertale. I played it when it first came out. And I haven't gone back to it since. I had an amazing experience. It literally changed how I thought about things for years. Years and years. Like, it was incredible. But I also only did one playthrough. I did a mercy run. I did the pacifist run. That's right. And after the ending in that, I didn't want to go back and do anything else. Tell you that much.
Where do we have another game that's like a, you know, a short burst game? Well, there's the other one that's kind of like that, Coffin of Andy and Laylee. I played it for 11 hours. I beat the game.
Wow.
Or at least until new content comes out. And guess what? I had an amazing time. Blasphemous 1. Only 11 hours on Blasphemous 1. 16 hours on Blasphemous 2. Probably 5 of them are on that second to last boss, right? Because I refused to fucking do them with upgrades. But dude, these games were so good. And my experience playing the game was so great.
Yeah.
I don't want to have the game quality be related to the amount of time that I spend on it.
Absolutely. There's a lot of games that are just, well, short. A lot of games that you won't put a lot of hours in. And that's totally fine. You can have an amazing time with, like, just a little amount of hours. It doesn't take a lot. People think that you have to play a game like a full-time job and do every little thing to make it worth it. No, of course not. Why would you need to do that? That's silly. Just play your games and enjoy them. Simple as that. Whether it's a lot of hours or a little hours.
I feel like if you do that, you just have a bad time. Armored Core 6, yeah, there's another one.
True.
Dragon's Dogma 2, 70 hours? I put 100 hours into Dragon's Dogma 2.
Proves that even when you do everything else right, players are content-gobbling monsters with voracious appetites.
True.
And the way modern ARPGs are built and balanced, the way they release new
Stanley Parable,
content, the way the endgame loops are designed, it results in a formula that is simply unable to sustain long-term engagement for the majority of players. And
It's not designed to do that. That's not what it's designed to do. Like, each different thing has a different function. Like, you wouldn't expect a car to cook a pizza unless it's really hot. You know, it's like, leave the car out in Arizona and it'll probably cook a pizza.
Hot car.
But other than that, it's not going to cook a pizza. You wouldn't expect a soda can to make a phone call. Everything has its own function, and you don't need to make that thing turn into something else.
True.
And that's the function of a game like Last Epoch. And also, it's the
Absolutely.
business model. Like, they do have microtransactions, but the game is buy to play. So if you bought the game and you had a great experience playing the game and then you stopped playing the game, they win because they got your money.
That's
and I would even say, if you had fun,
modern RPGs
so did
are
you.
basically being developed to be devoured in a couple of weeks.
The only thing that matters when you play a game is whether you have fun or not. It doesn't matter how many hours you put into it. What matters is how much fun you had.
And then set aside until the next big content drop. Players have come to expect...
They always were done like that. And the same thing happened with Diablo 2. Whenever Diablo 2 Resurrected came out, everybody played it for a couple of weeks and then they moved on. This isn't something that is This isn't a sign of the times. This is just simply the times. It's not like games used to be like this, or, everybody used to always play these ARPGs forever. The reason why you played ARPGs forever, like Diablo 2, is because the only games you had on your PC were Diablo 2, Age of Empires 2, and maybe Warcraft 3. That was it. Maybe a couple of other ones. Maybe you have Half-Life 1. So you didn't have a bunch of other things to play. Command and Conquer. So, yeah, of course. You're stuck with that game.
This pattern from devs. Devs have come to expect this from players.
Yeah.
So rather than see devs attempt
Good
to
to hear,
shake up that
Yoko.
formula to improve
to hear.
retention, to come up with a different plan, we've just sort of grown complacent that this is the way things are.
It's impossible to do it.
Thank you for
It's
that,
impossible to
Pat.
change. No
Yeah, I can
game
walk.
will ever solve this problem.
And that,
Actually, I don't know if that's true. I think that there could be like a deep dive Neuralink VR that could, but we're so far off of that, it's not comprehensible right now.
True.
they're fine like that. I'll never forget, years ago, hearing a Diablo 3 dev acknowledge that people come back to play Diablo at the start of a new season, and then they disappear for 2 months to play other games, and that they're fine with that. And that blew my mind. Why are you fine with that? I'm not fine with that. Diablo 2 is a game that I came home from school eager to log into every day.
I completely disagree with this opinion. I think that the reason why he did that, I see where he's coming from. I understand how he feels, but whenever you actually think about this feeling, you would realize that it's actually only a product of its time. I totally understand the way he feels. That's the way I felt about WoW. And now I don't feel that way anymore, even whenever a new Classic server comes out. Because it's not the same game.
True.
A man can never step into the same river twice. You know? There's a fucking, like, you can't go back and recreate the same experience that you had in the year 2002. And this is the big problem that a lot of MMOs have, is that every MMO is trying to look backwards at how can we be a game that came out in 2004.
True.
What a horrible mindset to have. You need to become a game. The next successful MMO will be a game that comes out. This is, I think, why Riot fucking delayed the game. It's because they were trying to make a game that came out in 2001. That's what happened. And so now we have the same thing happening. There will never be a time that you're going to have an ARPG that's going to get people to consistently play it for the entire season of the game. It just doesn't happen that way.
For months. There were no new content drops. We got like 3 major patches throughout the game's entire lifespan.
How many other games did you have? Like, the entire world was different. Like, so I was on a call. I probably shouldn't say anything else more than that. But I was on a call with a person, and they were talking about their game. And they were talking about how great it was whenever they would log into their game and everybody would be online in the game talking to each other, like typing to each other, because people would use the game like a chat room. And I asked the person, I said, what game has done that after social media? And they said none.
Yeah, that's true. That is absolutely true. Holy crap. Before social media, before like Discord and Skype, before that, you didn't really have much option in talking to like your guildmates in whatever game you're playing. Be it World of Warcraft, EverQuest, Ragnarok Online, all sorts of different games. You didn't really have a whole lot of option in chatting to them. So you just logged into whatever game it was and talked to them there. Yeah, that's about it. They're just using it as a chat room instead of like actually playing the game. Hell, I remember back in high school, this is like probably around 2001, 2002. I played a lot of this game called Phantasy Star Online. Played it every day. Every time I got out of school, know what I did? Phantasy Star Online. Had my group of friends there online, and I had a great time. But I feel like as I got more used to the gameplay, I spent more time chatting than actually playing the game. Like, we would go to various places within the different maps and just like chill, hang out in that area because it's a picturesque view, you know? And just, you know, chat, talk about our lives, talk about what's going on, just have a good time. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But definitely noticed after the advent of social media, didn't do that anymore. Haven't done it since.
Exactly. You're looking for something that doesn't exist. That's the problem. It's that people don't understand, like, these things haven't gone away, they've changed.
The core gameplay itself was enough to keep us hooked. I want to be able to log into my ARPG of choice every day.
I want to do one more. Diablo 2 Resurrected has 231 viewers. That's the exact game he's using as an example. Because
Isn't
the
that
world
more
has
than
changed.
For months, years
The
and not
last
get
Epoch
bored.
right now? Wow.
Throughout my life, I've always found one game to get fixated on for a very long time. And I'd play that game near exclusively. StarCraft, Unreal Tournament, Diablo
that
2,
good?
Unreal Tournament 3, StarCraft 2, Diablo 3. I spent years on each of these games. I didn't stop playing them after a month and just wait for new content to drop. Now, Diablo 2's model would not...
I did that with WoW back in the day. I remember the first time that I ever thought about quitting WoW was in Season 3 of Burning Crusade. And I got my Season 3, like my entire life, everything in my life, I was in high school at the time, was built around one thing. Getting the Season 3 Warrior PvP shoulders by getting 2k rating in Arena. And I fucking got him. I was the only warrior on the server, at least on Alliance, that had him. It was me. And you know what I wanted to do after that? I wanted to quit the game. I logged on. Okay, now what? It happened even then. I think that also, here's what's so crazy about it, is that at the time, I was in a guild full of people that were players of Ultima Online, okay? Like, I was like the youngest one in the guild. So a lot of those guys, and like these guys, by the way, almost cleared all of Nax 40. They were like a top 100 guild in Black Temple. I still don't know how the fuck I got invited in there. But they decided to bring me in there. And I was in this great guild full of absolute fucking wizards. And anyway, a lot of them would take breaks from WoW back then. I remember one guy who made videos for us, and I remember he said that WoW was waiting on Wrath because he quit at the end of Burning Crusade because he was out of content. Like, we had cleared pretty much everything in Sunwell, or we had gotten as far as we were going to get, and which was Felmist. That was, God, that was, I did, oh fuck, that was so bad. And so we got as far as we were going to get, and that was it. People stopped.
Not be able to retain players today. There's more competition than ever.
That's just how it
Gaming
goes.
has evolved, and that just means that the ARPG genre needs to evolve. We gotta find the new special sauce that it takes to keep us logging in every day. Now, until that happens, the good news is we got a bunch of great ARPGs that we can rotate through whenever they release new.
I don't think that trying to, like, why? Like, that's a good question. Why should it be a focus to try to make the game constantly relevant? Because the only games that are constantly relevant are games that have no barrier to entry. Like Counter-Strike.
True.
Fortnite. You can play CS on almost anything. Fortnite. You can play Fortnite on a phone.
True.
You can play Fortnite. You don't have gear in Fortnite. You can come in and out of the game whenever you want. So if you make the one thing, and look at Helldivers 2 is the same thing. You don't really get more powerful as you level up in Helldivers 2. You unlock more options, and those options do make you more powerful, but it's not like the gun at level 1 does 10 damage and the gun at level 40 does 20 damage. That's not the way the game works. So any of those games that have these like very long-term like player bases like Fortnite are, number one, being updated constantly. They are being updated all of the time with like new stuff constantly. And then on top of that, we don't see those player numbers either. I bet Fortnite's player numbers go down too. I bet they don't have a straight line. I bet after a season comes out, it's a big popular game, and then it goes down, it goes down, it goes down, and then a new season comes out, or like that Avatar thing comes out, or like one of these new collabs comes out, and then it goes back up. Why not ARPG update constantly? Because if ARPG is updated constantly, the pursuit for gear would be less meaningful because the gear would become invalidated more often.
True.
So then people wouldn't feel as motivated to farm gear because it would just be constantly getting replaced. I think that's what happened with WoW.
Content.
Fortnite does show
We
player
can have a
count.
blast for those couple of weeks before we say, okay, there's nothing left
Is
to
there a
do,
graph for
and
it?
we move on to the next game. We're kind of entering the golden age of ARPGs now. But once one ARPG finds
pulling it
that
up.
new special sauce, that's going to be the ARPG to rule them all. But that's just my thoughts, folks. What do you?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. The game just isn't designed that way. It's just simply not designed that way. So like if you look at this, obviously it doesn't have the same like dips and everything. And I'm not sure how accurate this is. But the same thing is happening. Like, it's going up and down. It's maintaining a massive amount of players, but even Fortnite is going to have ebbs and flows based off of content updates. That's normal.
Sound off in the comments. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, give it a thumbs up. Special thanks to my supporters for keeping these videos possible. And subscribe to join Rikers Raiders for more ARPG content.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely see, like, where he's coming from, and I wish that games were like that again, too, in a way. But at the same time, I kind of don't. I'll link you guys the video. This is a great video. I disagree with a lot of the things that he was saying in the video, but I always want to hear people's perspectives on it. I really do. I like it. Look at the comments in the video. There are no comments. Are the comments deleted? What's this? Maybe it didn't load. Oh, it just didn't load. We just cycle between games during the different seasons. Yeah, and also, like, back in the day, I very rarely, I always played the same game. Like, actually, that's not really true. Like, it was weird for me. So this is what I did.
Hello.
I was a really big fan of, like, playing all kinds of different games. And then Halo 2 came out. And I just played Halo 2 pretty much all the time. That was my game. That was my only game. And then after Halo 2 came out,
That is entirely fair. Especially when you're a younger person. You'll find, like, one game that you really, 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 really like. And you'll just stick with it. For me, I was back in high school with Phantasy Star Online. I was practically obsessed with that game. So, on the Dreamcast, that's the era of Final Fantasy, or Phantasy Star Online. Right? And for each of your, like, memory cards, they were called VMUs, Virtual Memory Unit, or whatever. And for each of them, you could only have one character. You could only have one character. I had, like, 8 of those. Because I really liked having a variety of characters, right? I was pretty far in there. Oh my goodness. I spent hours and hours and hours. I would wager I probably have over 3,000 hours in Phantasy Star Online. Yeah, I played a lot of it. I was back when I was in my teens. Man, time flies. I think my next obsession after that was probably Ragnarok Online. At least for a while. That sounds about right. Yeah.
I played World of Warcraft. And that was my game. That was my only game.
I also had a phase with World of Warcraft. Granted, it started on private servers because I didn't really have anyone that I wanted to play with on, like, the official servers, you know? So I just played it on private servers, right? Not legal, obviously, because it's not part of Blizzard. Basically, what they would do is just, like, sort of recreate the way that the game runs. It wasn't by any means perfect. There were a lot of bugs. That's to be expected. It definitely was different from the retail experience. I'll tell you that much. But it was still playable. It was still fun. I still got my enjoyment out of it. Eventually, I did start playing on retail, and it's only because I wanted to play with my stepbrother who was, like, obsessed with the game. And it was great. It was great. Had a lot of fun. Yeah. That said, I still didn't really get to play with my stepbrother all that much because, like, the level difference, and he was very PvP focused, whereas I was very PvE focused, but I also didn't like to do raiding. So, yeah. That said, like, the only raiding I ever really got into is, like, when they introduced the pugs pickup groups, like the raid finder thingy, where you just queue in as your role and you find out, like, you know, just find a group. And the easiest way to level from that is tank. If you play as a tank, you almost instantly get paired with a group every time. Healers are also in high demand, but I would say there's probably about 2-3 times as much healers as there are tanks, because no one wants to tank. It's a thankless job. And then probably about 10-1 for DPS over tanks. So if you're playing as DPS, guess what? You're gonna be in that queue for a very long time. Yeah. I'm sure it's probably also like that nowadays too. Because no one wants to play tank. No one. There's too much responsibility in it. You have to like guide the group. You have to pull responsibly. You have to keep aggro. Like there's a lot going on. But yeah. Yeah. That's just how it be.
And Halo 3 came out. I went hard on Halo 3 for like a month, 2 months. Then I stopped playing. It was right at the beginning and the release of the game. So, Halo 3 proximity chat, yeah, those were the days, right? Those were so fucking good. And so, why is it a good thing? Why is it a positive that people have to keep playing games forever? I don't think that's a good thing. And I want to see games that just have a good measured experience rather than games that try to
I was talking about tanking in WoW, which really applies to pretty much every MMO for that matter. You have to pull mobs like responsibly. Don't over pull. You will have a bad time.
officially increase the way that people play games. Because what I think is going to happen is that if you look at a lot of these new games and the ones that are really maintaining a lot of player count, like let's look at the games that really maintain high player count. Rust is a very, very short-term, almost no investment game to get into. Rainbow Six, extremely hard game, but there is no consistent player progression. And the one thing that you're going to see with almost every single one of these popular games...
Most of the time, I end up playing tank because, I don't know why, but tanks just... For lack of better wording, they hit different. They just feel different, you know? Playing a tank feels very different from playing DPS or playing a healer. I don't know. It just feels good, I guess. Now, granted, a lot of the times I'll go DPS just because I don't want to think. Just like use the same 3-4 skills on rotation and just pew 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 pew, you know. And then if I want to be more generous, that's when I'll play a healer.
The one commonality between all of them is the fact that none of them have long-term progression that affects your character's power. Every single one of these games does not have that. GTA Online, maybe? Yeah, I mean, like, I think most people are playing GTA Online, right? Does anybody? Yeah, it's all, like, no pixel and stuff like this. Like, you could say that you could play the campaign in GTA, which is true technically, but the majority of people are obviously playing online and RP. So, yeah, I mean... 70k of the Rainbow Six category is jinxy. Yeah, no, definitely that's a big factor. That's probably the biggest factor. All those games have high skill ceiling besides GTA. Yeah, and that's also another thing with like ARPGs is ARPGs don't have a high skill ceiling. Like even PoE, like you can be very good at PoE and there's people that are like way better at it than me, but the actual activities and the things that a player is doing, it's not the same as like a high skill ceiling like Counter-Strike or a high skill ceiling like League of Legends. It's totally different. It's knowledge heavy, yeah. Like basically ARPGs are leaning much more on knowledge and preparation rather than individual player mechanical skill. Now, obviously somebody like Ben from PoE is better than PoE than I am, right? Like way better. But like the difference between him and me is like not that big compared to the difference between like a bronze level League player and Faker. That is fucking insane. Like in terms of mechanical skill. Like I don't think that people understand how good some of these like pro players are. With the right build, you don't need any skill. Yeah, and so that's why these games are never going to be popular
I don't grow
really long term. But that also doesn't mean that the game is bad or there's anything that's negative about the game. This is just a natural reaction to the way that people play the games. That's it. That's all there is to it.
Hello guys. Today we have a list of top 5 rat.
Top 5 rats.
Número 5. Rateat.
You know, I had to get my boy right with the homemade soup.
Yo, what up?
You know what's crazy though? He probably can't even taste the rat poison. Oh.
Número 4.
Fair.
Rat accident and fucking die.
Oh.
Número 3. Stupid rat burp. Número 2.
Mood.
Rat jumpscare.
Jumpscare rat.
Honorable
Whoa,
mention.
so scary.
Número
That's
1.
not a rat.
Rat die.
I'd delete the game.
All right. Are y'all ready to laugh? Are y'all ready to laugh? Because it's time for some laughs, time for some gaffs, time for some what else rhymes? Maths. Wait, no, that's bad. Meow. Let's go. Wow.
No way. I'd delete the game. I understand where they're coming from. I get that. I see you.
If you lose, you laugh, you lose.
What is going on, my dudes? Welcome back to another episode of If I Laugh, the video ends. But today, if I laugh, I lose $1,000. And the eye tracker is back.
Oh, no.
With the chat. Oh my God. I won't stall any further. We're going to get to the videos right now.
You
If I laugh,
already
the
lost,
video ends.
bruh.
Let's go.
That hat makes you look like a girl.
Am I a pretty girl?
Oh, well, you're beautiful.
You tried and you failed.
Okay.
I did not look. Mods, can you send me the link to that video?
Okay, people, tomorrow morning, 10 a.m., Santa's coming to town.
You guys know that movie
Bruh.
is now 20 years
Oh no.
old.
20 years old. Holy shit. Elf is 20 years old now. God damn. Oh, I feel so old. I feel so old. I feel so old. Holy shit. Y'all feel old now? Holy crap. Jeez. I do not want to feel old now. I hate this. Fair. Fair enough, my dude. Bruh.
I'm so sorry for telling you that, but yeah, let it sink in.
Moan incoming. Ah, I see. I see.
Headphone users stay winning. He does look like a fucking nerd.
I see.
Nerd! Yeah, you're at the bottom of the sea, but you should get to the bottom of finding out why you have no is nerd. I'm a nerd, Chad. I'm not gonna lie.
Going back to Civ 4, less pain. Alright, good luck.
Thank her for her cervix.
Get the fuck out of my house.
Bro. Oh, we have a purr-routine. You know what that means. You cannot escape. There you go. There's your purr. There you go. Thank you for the head patch. You block. Scared because of Aura Zoom. Yeah, well, be afraid. Be very afraid. I am a fierce, evil creature. Shut up.
Bro got out mad quick. You know what? I'm scrolling up in the chat. Nobody -2'd that guy. Dude, his joke was worse than all of mine. Come on, guys. Listen, my next joke is going to be crazy. And I expect all the +2s. All of them.
You cannot tame the aura. I am untameable.
You put me into any shooter, and it's like, I
am
forgot how to use technology. And you can say, yeah, Jimmy, just aim at their heads. I try. I click on the head, and my bullet goes to a different fucking video game, man. You ever heard the horrifying sound of Jello being shredded?
Good morning, USA.
Oh, that is horrifying.
That was terrifying.
Minecraft Live is coming soon. And you know what that means?
Fish. Fish.
It does mean fish. It does.
Fish.
Yeah! Look at all these spinning fish in the chat.
Needs
oh
more
my
fish.
God. The craziest part about that is you could come over and make these fish spin too by coming to twitch.tv/Jimmy here and watching the stream live with the chat going absolutely fish mode.
Whoa.
You can also join my Discord at
You've heard of sicko mode.
discord.gg/Jimmy here and submit one of
mode.
your memes for free once a week. If you enjoy the series, please subscribe, like the video, and comment down below with which video makes you laugh. Let's get right into English versus Chinese.
Bruh. Oh, you're in bed, you say? You're in bed, you say? Well, I hope you enjoy shitting yourself. Shit yourself right now. Shit right in your pants. You have to clean that up. You'll have to clean that up. Okay, bye.
The snow goose need not to bathe to make itself white. Neither need you do anything but be yourself.
Wow.
But like, what if they're not white? What? I don't think they understand how that brain how you know what, I'll just continue.
That's beautiful, actually. I still think banana kind of funny though. I still like the banana.
Kind of funny though.
Let me break it down for you, Mark.
Yo! He got the moves.
He kind of did break it down. On God. He broke it down.
He broke it down.
I suck at chess.
No.
I think I've only ever won chess like once, maybe twice. Yeah. I'm not good at chess.
Those ones can only move forward. Those can only move forward.
Oh. Well, at least I know the directions they move.
That's actually really funny.
Yeah.
Listen, I downloaded the chess app. I played it against like the level 1 NPC, beat it. The level 2 NPC, beat it. The level 3 NPC, things got dicey. I don't know. The game lagged or something. I can't win. Dude, I like how there's like 2 eye trackers on the screen. I didn't look. Damn it. I feel like I'm missing the video if I...
Booba! Booba!
Eye contact. Boomba! I told you. Boomba! It was a misinput. I didn't even look.
I looked. It was nice.
I'm trying to like follow the eye tracker around. Oh yes, you... Dude! How do you expect me to do anything? Oh my God. Y'all just can't be doing that, man.
Hey, honey, what you got there?
Popcorn from Dairy Queen. Want to try?
Sure.
Okay, I gotta look.
Shrimp, isn't
Damn,
it?
she...
Hey, wait a second. This isn't popcorn, you idiot.
Yeah.
It's popcorn shrimp.
Oh my God. Go stand.
Oh, I knew there was something familiar about it.
Hold on. Where are the kids?
That's kind of messed up.
Bruh.
Like low key, high key, middle key even.
It's like the reverse of that one South Park episode where Cartman makes that one kid eat his parents in Chile. Yeah.
That's kind of messed up.
Yeah, the chili con carne.
This is like Among Us.
Among Us. Among Us.
Among Us.
Among Us. Yeah.
Do not
That's
say
pretty short.
Jimmy POV. I am 6 foot. Okay. Also, low key, and I mean really low key. If you were that short, it would be base because you could just anything you built with Legos, you could just utilize.
Sorry, Jimmy, but you're short. You're shorter than me, thus you're short. Ha! Got him.
I'd delete the game.
How does that even happen?
No way.
How does that even happen?
I'd delete the game. I understand where they're coming from. I get that.
Yeah, that is definitely an uninstall moment.
I see you.
What the fuck?
We just like
what just
destroy
happened?
all mobile game ads other than my really good ones. Speaking of,
Oh, it's Undertale, okay. That's supposed to be Sans.
editor, can you like take like a fishing pole and like fish out that memory of me seeing that video and just throw it back in the water?
Communication skills.
Because what the fuck was that?
Yo.
Damn.
Damn, that is a handsome cat. Holy shit. Is he single? What?
Is that cat more handsome than me?
I didn't say anything.
What a fucked up day.
What? Huh?
Shadow money wizard. Wizard money.
That's animated really well.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I locked in on that one.
Oh, it's animated really
I
well.
locked in, and I don't even care. It is what it is, man.
Mood.
Yeah.
That's just me like every Sunday or something.
Oh, that was a little scary.
Nice. He got jump scared.
Bro. Just be normal. Just be normal, bro.
If you like Arby's.
How did he
I
get
hate you,
jump
man.
scared
Whoever that
multiple
was.
times in
We
one
have
video?
beef, and not Arby's beef. We have other beef.
Hey, you guys want to watch One Piece? That was just watch this, bro.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, that's fair.
let's be honest with ourselves, with each other. We can be honest here. I would go on a journey to find the One Piece if it meant, no, I'm gay. Hey, there are probably
The
a
One Piece
lot
is real.
of hot dude pirates in One Piece.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, absolutely. Have you seen Zoro? Smash?
I'm just saying. This old guy in the left is up to something.
I was actually expecting him to make like goat noises because, well, look at him. He looks like he makes goat noises all the time regularly.
Oh, he's spitting facts. Hey, bring back the other guy. He was more interesting.
Ain't nobody balling like me, really.
You ever notice that like older people, they just don't give a shit? They just like do whatever they want. I'm not complaining. It's funny.
Swishy, nippity nippity.
Swishy, nippity, nippity.
Why does he do
what?
that? Why did he do that?
Why not?
Oh, that kind of looks like fun.
Okay, hear me out.
No.
No. No, don't do it, my dude.
What did he mean by that? I will not be hearing him out. I just won't. It is not a good idea.
¡Ay! Le di un beso. Otra vez. ¡Mua!
Is that a real game? Cool. Anyways, guys,
Bruh.
gonna have to laugh real soon here because I
So how much is that game? I'm joking. It's a joke.
got things to do.
Alright, let's see what we got here. Alright. That's Zotan. I already pushed the button. See, it ain't even acting right already.
Hello there, the mighty and powerful.
I need you.
Who stands before me?
Oh my god. That is a horror game or a horror movie waiting to happen.
That was awesome. Honestly, props to him. Well done, my dude. Holy crap. He was just like doing some like pop and lock shit and then bam. Well done. Good jump scare.
Oh my god. I think I'm gonna shit myself on the spot.
Shout out all my friars. 500 sacks of wheat or dinner with the king.
I think dinner with the king, he's going to give me a lot of information that's probably more valuable than 500 sacks of wheat. And my family's starving.
Can you take us through your outfit today?
Oh, that's
robe,
fricked up.
monastery issue.
Dysentery or Black Plague?
The Black Plague's not real, dude.
A lot of people died from the Black Plague.
Really? Because my buddy got jousted to death, and they labeled it as the Black Plague.
What shape
Bruh.
is the earth?
Oh, flat, for sure.
Last one, real quick, before we get you out of here. What's your body count?
Yo.
You're stupid as fuck,
Listen,
boy.
I came into the monk game late, so I did get to experiment a little bit.
You're stupid, boy.
Yeah, but I'm actually a virgin.
Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't get to read it. When the teacher nearly catches you cheating on the test, so you hit them with this move. Uh-huh.
Every time. Even if you weren't cheating or anything, even if you weren't doing anything sus, when the teacher walked by, you'd be like, oh, and then you just like write some shit that doesn't even make sense just to seem less suspicious.
Let's go golfing! God dang! I've been playing every day, just perfecting my game, you know?
Well done.
This has to be
Thanks
edited.
so much. Yo,
This
stink.
has to be the whole thing.
Stink shimish. How you doing, Stinky?
Got that? Go!
Oh wait, that's actually a good one.
Go!
Oh, so close. Bruh.
It's so edited, but it was still
I'm doing
so
alright, doing alright.
good. Let's go.
You say you're
golfing.
eating, but like, what you eating?
Walk away, that's
Yeah, that is crazy. If you were in a pool of mercury, it would be like a mirror.
clothing!
Is mercury toxic?
It is. Mercury is
I would
toxic.
drink it.
Mercury is 100% toxic. Like, there's a reason why you're not supposed to eat a lot of fish. It's because of the mercury in the ocean. I don't know the exact specifics behind it, but yeah. Some macaroni and carbonara. Oh, macarons. Right. And carbonara.
Dude, if it wasn't toxic, I would drink it.
Very nice. That was AVGN.
Consider me unsettled.
A ver los memes de los chocoflakes de ahora. ¡Salseo!
¡Salseo!
A ver qué otro.
Ah, so funny.
We need to bring the troll face back. His
We
time
do.
has come once again.
We need the troll face. We need it. If you're using Better Twitch TV, BTTV, you can just type in colon TF lowercase and then a colon. And there you go. See? Right there. You can see it in chat. That's the troll face. Yay.
A rise from the ashes.
Y'all remember the era of Rage comics? Holy shit. I loved that shit. I had this like site that I would visit like every other day that was just like a compilation of Rage comics. And they just like posted new ones all the time. I just kept going through them. I even like saved a bunch of them. It was great. Grew up in that era, right? Stickman is best? No, you're best. Got him.
Attention, and you can learn a lot.
Okay. Why don't we have more obstacle courses like this in real life? Like, if I want to go to McDonald's, I should have to go through one of these to get there. Like, it shouldn't be an easy task. Oh, he made it. Oh, good for him.
I see.
Dude,
Kitty!
oh my... Bro, why?
He got jump scared by a kid.
The spitting image of Bruno Mars. I'm passing the phone to the person with the best haircut.
Well, if you put it in perspective of best meaning most haircut, he wins.
I mean,
yeah,
not wrong.
That shit was cut. That shit was cut, gone.
As an American, he probably ate a ton of hot dogs. What's a hot dog?
Well,
what?
What?
You can't tell me that Jernba doesn't know what a hot dog is.
He probably knows them as glizzies. Probably. Some people, they don't actually know what a hot dog is. They just know like, glizzies. Yeah, yeah. Or there's other words for them. I can't think of any off the top of my head. I know that there's others though. Meow.
What the fuck is that noise?
Okay, that
Hi,
is
Goku.
scary.
I mean, it wouldn't be that embarrassing if you get killed by Goku.
Goku shows up, he's like, hey, you look pretty strong.
I mean, I can't think of
beats
anyone
you
better,
up.
like, cooler to get killed by. Be like talking to the other ghosts to be like, yo, how'd you die? Be like, Goku. They'd be like, whoa!
Yeah, glizzy is just a fancy
Be
word for a
sick.
hot dog.
Okay. That shit was ass.
Bro.
I wasn't gonna say it. I was not gonna say it.
Humans had tails, we'd probably find unique ways to use them. Oh my god. Well, subscribe.
What the heck?
Why did he come? Oh, he found a unique way to use his tail.
Oh, that kind of tail. I see. That kind of tail. The kind that you don't grow. Instead you you know what? I'll just
Oh, okay.
Ohio.
Dude, they have a
Dublin.
town called Dublin.
Yeah, they do. Field of corn.
They have a field of corn called Field of Corn.
Okay.
Oh.
This is just statues of corn.
Country girls make do. And some country boys. I kind of want to play that video again because part of the map, that looks like a person trying to like an entire Subway sandwich. Do you see that?
Oh, no. I think it looks like someone that's trying to do like Das Boot. So you see the head, there's the nose, they got their mouth open, they got the shoe, the boot. They're doing a boot. It's a Das Boot. It's Das Boot. Right? This is Badlands Chugs.
You see like this, the head up here? God damn, he eating that whole damn cute. It even look, it even got like the outline of like a little mouth down there or something, man. Your turn? No. It's gonna break another one.
What a waste of chairs.
That guy's got an ass of steel. I am impressed.
Yo, this is the girl that might come over right now.
Bro, that's literally Sadie McKenna. You're definitely getting catfish right now.
Oh, she's here right now. She's right.
Seriously?
You want to see?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, babe?
That's a catfish. He got catfished.
People in the chat saying I'd still hit. Are you okay?
They're not okay. But also, like, what that mouth do? What?
Do we need to have a talk?
What the heck? I mean, I can, like, wiggle my ears, but I don't think I can, like, move my entire scalp like that.
That ain't a dude. That's terrifying, man.
If you were given a choice, would you choose to have unlimited bacon but no more video games? Or would you rather have games, unlimited games?
Unlimited games.
No games.
No games.
It's a tough question, but think about it.
Give me the bacon. No, give me the game. Wait.
Okay, Joe.
I don't know, man. Ah, yes, one of these. I'm still stuck on the fish.
How did he even find that many?
Fish.
Bro got hit with the
Fish.
curse of... Never mind. Fuck it.
The jack-o'-lantern. The chocolate ice.
Shaq, are you okay?
Thank you, Shaq. Thank you.
Scary fact number 67.
Ah!
There is a France.
Yeah, that's pretty scary.
That
Hey
is
guys,
pretty
guys in the
scary.
chat. Hey,
Oui, oui, croissant.
hey, it's okay. It's gonna be okay. I hope.
Now I want a croissant. Would you like a croissant? I would like a croissant.
It's not gonna be okay.
Y'all out here like my life a movie. My life a YouTube poop. Swouse.
Suaus.
He's so real for that. He's so real.
Nice.
30 seconds of silence followed by holy moly. Are you freaking kidding me? You think I'm gonna sit here for 30 seconds and wait for holy moly?
Absolutely.
Holy moly.
Hey!
Because you're damn right I will.
Male, male.
Landmine over there.
Those are the dudes that I be playing with every time. I get killed so often by other people, not myself.
Hey, yo, bro, let me get a snack.
I'd eat it. It can't be that bad.
Good morning, Snapchat.
Snapchat? What? Mike Tyson, are you okay, my dude? Don't bust.
Good morning.
Good job, Jimmy.
Why did you title this Rubber Chicken? Listen! Sometimes when I laugh, it be coming out my nose. Okay? It just do, man.
Hello, everybody. My name is Welcome.
My name is Welcome.
What? Was that the... Hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier.
I hate that picture.
Markiplier.
I think after the stream, I'll watch some Welcome. One of my favorite YouTubers.
ボカちゃんが教えてくれたいろんな見た目になれるアプリなんだって。
I think we watched that last week, and I think I had a really bad pun about hay. But don't worry, guys. I'm not gonna do it again. Listen, no horseplay on this stream.
Oh, come on, Jimmy. Hold your horses. Jimmy, when it comes to your chat, you have to have a nice, stable relationship. Get it? Get it? Yes, hello, Yoko. What's up? What? What's wrong?
Okay, if that was that bad, I'll just hoof it out of here.
Come on, Jimmy. Step up your game, you know, pony up. Got some VODs up on your YouTube? Oh, okay. Good for you.
Guys, you all know that I
Not sure why
am
you're telling me that.
mentally stable.
Bro.
As my president. Woo.
JD's and Lellman, welcome to How Much Chalk Can Hold Me. One Piece.
One Piece!
Bro,
It's late at night and you can't
the
sleep.
One Piece is
I mean,
real.
fair.
First up is honk if you worship the devil.
I would simply not honk.
They have read the bumper sticker. It's green.
Yeah, that's a good prank. That's a good prank. I mean, I say that, but it's also like not a good prank because like they're holding up traffic. Like, bruh. That is an excellent prank, though.
Scream? It's the scream. It's the cut scream, man. It's a perfectly cut scream. What do you want me to do about it?
I'm pretty sure I also laughed the first time I saw that. Banui! I have a Banui. Bunny. Hello, Bunny. Bun. Nom 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 nom. Delicious green. Nom 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 nom. Oh, we have a hydrate. Y'all better hydrate before you dehydrate, folks.
Yeah, all paid for.
Alright, it's time to get hungry. We have some barbecue challenge, apparently.
So full.
Beard meets food.
That lobster roll nearly sent me to the nether realm. But we got one more challenge left on this trip, and hopefully we can call it a clean Carolina steak. Although I did
Thank you for that. Yoy.
It's a good one too. Barbecue today though, and we can never get enough of that.
Found out yesterday your sister watches this dude. Nice.
I think we've moved on from the
Hell yeah.
inflatable flailing arm tube guy. This
Wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube man. Wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube man. Wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube man. I've practiced that too much. Thank you, Family Guy.
is the spot. Smitty's Smoking Soul Food Barbecue. They probably pronounce it Smiddy's though, I would imagine.
Smitty's.
Experience starts here.
Smitty's.
It's an experience? Right. The menu looks extensive, like any good barbecue menu should be. I don't actually know what the challenge includes though.
Would it kill them to use like different colors of chalk to like divide the sections and make it easier to read? I don't know. I don't know, man. Or do you like BBQ? I do. I do like BBQ. I also like BBWs.
How's it going, man? I'm here for you have like a barbecue challenge.
What 4 sides would you like with it today?
Oh, right, I've got to decide already. Is it okay
And
if I get, like,
BBMs?
Set up,
set
yeah,
up first?
yeah.
Is that all right?
Just saying.
I mean, the menu looks delicious, so I would like to consider it. Is it okay if I occupy a large bench? I know I'm just one guy, admittedly a small guy, but it would be good for filming, I think. Your dad watches.
Big Mac or
thanks, man.
Whopper? I mean, it depends on like how I feel at the time, but generally speaking, I'll probably go for a Whopper more than a Big Mac. Generally speaking. Mostly because Big Macs are just super expensive and honestly, they're not all that unique. With a Whopper, you get an experience. You get a nice fat patty of meat, charbroiled, get all that veg on there, perfectly balanced as all things should be. Hell yeah. Oh, we have a YouTube ad. Or not YouTube, Twitch. I always say YouTube for whatever reason. Stinky brain. My brain is stinky. Just like Priximus.
I said hello. All right, this is what's on the agenda today. A large tray or 2 large trays of barbecue grub. You can get it down inside
Barbecue
1 hour.
grub.
You get the meal free and the t-shirt. If not, it's 75
What do you mean,
bucks.
oi? Priximus, you literally came in here with a fart. How is that not stinky? Stinky baka.
This guy apparently he made a valiant attempt, but did not quite manage it. Still got a smile on his face though. Not sure he tried hard enough.
So the only thing you
Man,
have to choose is
he
the
got
four
really
sides you
close.
get.
Ooh, what would you recommend?
I would do the mac and cheese.
Yeah, I agree with that.
The collards.
Collard greens, are they
sir.
spicy?
They got a little kick, but they're not super spicy.
All right, we'll do it. Just to make it interesting.
I wouldn't do that to you.
Yeah, I'll go the fried okra if that's all right. Is that okay?
$75 for half a table of BBQ.
Ribs,
Yeah.
half pound
I
of
guess.
brisket, half pound of pulled pork, and a half pound of pulled chicken.
All right, sounds like a lot.
And
But
yes, sir, and a soul roll plus 6 wings.
a soul roll?
Yes,
What's that?
sir. Great question.
Sounds like a wrestling move.
So it's this, and it's our seasoned rice, seasoned collards, and chopped brisket wrapped in deep fried. In egg roll.
Oh.
In an egg roll. Oh,
And we
man,
have
I'm
a special
sold.
sauce.
Sounds pretty good.
That sounds great. Awesome. It costs what was it, like $95 or something? Or?
It's 75 actually.
$75.
$75.
And if you eat it, you get a gift card. I'm sure you'll be back in the area next week, right?
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah, a gift card, a hoodie. And,
A hoodie?
Yes, Smitty's hoodie.
Oh my
Smitty's.
god.
And you get refunded the meal, the 75.
You know, before I got here, I really didn't actually feel like eating, but now I've seen the food.
It does
Doing
look
wonders for
pretty
my
good.
appetite.
Especially those
come in.
wings. I saw those wings and I'm like, give. Like those drenched in sauce. Oh man. It looked so good. Yes, pet the kitty corn.
These are the hot.
Those are the hot sauces.
those are hot.
All right. Well, you shouldn't have told me that because if you had not told me, I probably would have used them. Now I'm just,
It says
you have to
H
mix
on
them
it
up.
right there.
You know, the cup game costs $75.
That's a lot of food.
And if you can finish it inside 1 hour, you get the meal free and a hoodie. I thought it was a t-shirt, but it's a hoodie, right?
Just looking at the amount though, I'm pretty sure he can crush this.
As well. Has anyone actually?
Cause I think he said it was like a half a pound of like each of these different meats. And you got the wings. So let's just say this over here is 2 pounds, right? And then that's probably half a pound of mac, not even half a pound of the fried okra. I don't remember what that was, but that's also not that might be half a pound, but the leaves not even close. Could you do this challenge? Absolutely not. Not even close. If you were to ask me that like 20 years ago, maybe. Potentially. Back when I was like 17 to 20, I could definitely put away food quite easily, but not this much food. I would struggle a lot if I tried.
Done it yet? Has anyone managed to successfully complete
Nowadays, not even close.
One person's done it.
Thank you for that. Bye. Thank you, thank
Like
you.
55 minutes. Oh, we got the ribs. I thought I was getting off like pretty lightly there.
Oh.
The drum roll is good.
But yeah, going by like sheer weight, I'm sure that he won't have any like problems with this. This looks easy for him.
Good, yeah. I'm ready.
2, 1.
Alright, let's suck in. Start with some of the meat.
Nom.
Yeah, it's as good a place to start as any. What's up, Army? Welcome back to the
Watch
episode.
some of his
The
vids.
final installment
Fair.
from this particular trip, and we're ending with something pretty special. My favourite, a good old-fashioned barbecue
Nom.
challenge. Oh, this is lovely. This isn't the hot one, right? Are you sure?
If I was really hungry, I could eat all that easy. I mean, you say that, but once you actually get into it,
Sweet and smoky barbecue sauce. I'm not sure what this is, but it looks a bit like a Thousand Island dressing. I'll throw it on there.
might as
Yeah, I
well.
don't know what this was. Could have been Thousand Island. Any sauce works with pulled meats, though, if you ask me. Can't go wrong with something big and creamy, though, can you? Alright, brisket next. This feels soft. Very tender. Yeah, we're getting to the point
Soft
now
and tender.
where I'm starting to realise just how good this grub is. This place is pretty special, you know. I've eaten a lot of barbecue places in my time, but I can't think of any this good. The brisket is in top nick.
Heck yeah.
So much so that I think I'm about to deck a half pound of it in like a minute or something. Look at that. Not many people get to see
You can
that face,
tell
I tell you.
that he is loving it.
The brisket was so
Absolutely.
tender, I don't think there's even time for a time lapse. I might have to play that back in real time.
get to choose which flavor of wings you want. I think I went with honey barbecue. Yeah. I think they tried to pressure me into the shut your mouth spicy wings, but I wasn't playing ball.
When it comes to barbecue, do you like Memphis or
don't say.
Kansas City? I don't
Not like you,
really know
is it, you
the
big
difference
whip?
between those.
No, actually, to be fair, I wouldn't have wanted to spoil the experience. I think regular old barbecue sauce is just fine.
Who needs beard oil when you got barbecue sauce? This is delicious. This is so nice. Oh my goodness. Those are some hefty ribs. The size of those things.
Yeah, that's massive.
This is delicious.
I should probably say at this point, for legal reasons, this is not a sponsored video. The food is just really good. I've got nothing bad to say about it, although we haven't hit the collard greens yet.
Do you have any, do you have like root beer or yeah, root beer? Could I get root beer? That would be amazing. Thank you. You can't really get root beer in England, so I drink gallons of it when I'm out here. I love
Fair.
that stuff. I don't really mind. Without ice is fine.
Yeah, let me see if any of the
Love
Brits
ribs,
get involved down in the
especially when
comments
they're
there.
someone
I
else's.
realise
I
you
know,
can
right?
get root beer in England. It's just much less ubiquitous.
Knock
That's
them
what I'm
out.
getting
Get
at.
into those rib cages, you know.
Thank you very much, sir.
You like root beer?
Get your hands greasy.
Yeah, I love root beer.
Good, how about that?
There's very few types of sodas that I don't really like.
Was that a good action shot? That was a good one. That made me look really manly. Just pure eating meat off the bone. Doesn't get manlier than that. I think that's about as clean as I'm gonna
A&W
get.
mug or Barks? Yes.
White hands.
I love all of
Yeah,
them.
look at that. That's a clean bone. What a
I will say, Barks root beer probably has the best flavor, in my opinion. Followed by, I guess it would be a tie between A&W and mug root beer for me. But Barks definitely has the best flavor.
professional.
That's so cool. You let people try the brisket before they buy it. I'd be coming in with like a different disguise every day to try just get free brisket. No, I'm joking. Right, let's do the collard greens. I think it's probably the one part I'm not really looking forward to.
Yeah, I mean, to me, collard greens are just spinach. And although
Is it?
Popeye gave that particular foodstuff a great deal of positive spin throughout the 20th century, I'm not a huge fan. Should have just gone with the cornbread. Don't really know why I didn't, because I love cornbread.
I'm gonna leave the egg roll to the end. I think this is probably the most fun constituent part. Mac and cheese, maybe?
Yeah, why not? The mac and cheese is pretty spot on too, you know. Well, for me anyway, I like it to be kind of gloopy, semi-viscous with a bit of a crust going on.
Nom 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 nom.
Get excited now. Stop. Calm down, man. What's wrong with you?
Delicious.
Let's have some of the mustard.
Good old
Mustard on
mussy.
mac and cheese? We'll try it.
Yeah, it'll go.
This is the perfect consistency of mac and cheese for me. It's a little bit crispy on the top, not too sloppy.
Yeah, I think I covered that about 30 seconds ago, mate, but thanks for your contribution. It was good, though. That's the take-home. Almost good enough for me to forget how full I am
Beautiful.
right now.
You're almost done, dude. You got this. You got this.
Everyone's so friendly down here. This never happens in England. Nobody's ever this friendly in a restaurant in England, ever. Like, you never see that ever. Yeah? Right, let's do the okra. I don't think I've ever had the okra before.
It's courgette, man. That's all it is. Courgette. Easy to eat, though. If you were to try and manipulate the rules in your favour on this one to make it a bit easier, 4 lots of fried okra would probably not be a terrible tactical choice. Although, then you would be missing out on the variety, so maybe don't do that.
True.
Yeah, it's kind of like, I guess, a little bit like courgette, or what we would call courgette. I don't know if you have that in America.
No, I've never heard
No?
of that.
I'm making you hungry.
It's,
Get
it's
got.
good though. Anything that's deep fried is good, pretty much.
Yeah,
Does anyone know how
hecking
long
got.
I've been eating for? I have 40 minutes left.
Yeah.
So I've been eating for
Mate.
20 minutes.
Yeah, and you're almost done. That's insane. That is crazy.
What next? I'm gonna
Good
try this.
job, my dude.
The soul roll.
Yeah.
pretty good, you know. I think I could just sit here all day and order like everything from the menu.
Alright, that's enough. You're getting a bit carried away now. I tell you though, these I think the soul roll is like the signature item, you know. People come from far and wide for this. And it is different, you know, barbecue stuff in an egg roll. Can't complain about that. It was tasty.
Beautiful.
Sweet potato casserole and a bread roll. Should we make a sweet potato casserole sandwich?
Do it, you won't.
Is that a thing?
Do it.
You know what? This is getting really close. There's a video on my channel called, I think I called it the best food challenge I've ever done, right? And it was this place in Oklahoma called Kendall's, where they do these giant chicken fried steaks. But this is getting pretty close, man. This could be going top spot. I don't know. This food's amazing.
Really?
Yeah. I wasn't supposed to do that.
Might as well, right?
I don't know, sweet potato casserole.
Might be surprised. Thank you for that.
Sandwich. And this
I'd be surprised with how like good things can be if you just sandwich it. Just get 2 pieces of nice toasty bread and just put it on a sandwich. You ever have a mac and cheese sandwich? It's pretty good.
just the cherry on top, really. I love sweet potato anything. And I think that does it, you know.
I don't like
call
sweet
it
potato.
The best barbecue challenge I've ever done. Hope you enjoyed it. I'll catch you next one.
We knew, like, whenever we heard you come, we were like, yeah, he's gonna, like, he doesn't need an hour. Like, an hour is absurd.
This big.
Yeah, he's told you he got
that
this.
lobster roll I did yesterday, oh my god, like I don't know how that fit inside me.
White bread, rye bread,
It was,
or
in Wilmington.
potato
Like
bread?
a giant lobster roll.
It
but I didn't
depends
realize
on
it's
like what I'm
it's
having
supposed to be 8 pounds, but it felt like way
on the
heavier.
bread. Like for rye bread specifically, I would do like a Reuben sandwich or something similar. White bread is ideal for grilled cheese sandwiches. Potato bread is just good, like regular sandwiches.
It tasted great, but I was thinking, oh my god. Like, to look at it, I'm thinking there's no way that could fit inside me.
There's no way that can fit inside me. Famous last words.
It is. That was Smitty's Smoking Soul Foods Soul Feast Challenge.
Bread is bread.
Pretty well polished off.
There's different flavors based on what grain is used.
35, 40 left.
You want dessert?
Yeah, I was right too.
Or peach cobbler.
Oh.
You must have seen the videos. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, could I try a little bit of both?
Yes.
They both sound delicious.
Heck yeah.
Final day. Not one, but
Oh.
2 desserts. They're pretty small though. It's not like they're humongous or anything. I got banana pudding and peach cobbler.
Both of those sound amazing. Oh.
It smells a bit like feet, but it does taste good.
We got our logo on the back.
Oh,
Hell
that's
yeah.
cool. I'm glad you just brought it over now because if I stay here much longer, I'm gonna give myself a hernia.
You're not gonna fit.
I'm just gonna keep like ordering food, I think. Ooh, and the gift card too. Thank you very much. Ooh, it's like plastic as well. It's like a credit card.
Nice.
Neat. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Appreciate you. That was amazing.
Food was delicious.
Nice.
Thank you very much.
Where was that challenge at? I don't remember.
Oh, that's you?
Somebody left that in your car.
Somebody left it on my car.
But they didn't leave like a. Where's the?
No number, nothing.
Oh my.
So someone who knows me.
No number. Man, that was the best barbecue I've ever had, easily. I don't know where all that food's gone actually, because not much of that lobster came out of me this morning without getting too graphic. I'll be alright, I think.
Imagine thinking, who does that? That did look like a good challenge.
Appreciate
Looked like good food.
Thanks, man. You want a hot dog to go? I'm tempted.
Blizzard is talking about
Blizzard 4 bad reached its final form. Oh no. Does that mean that Diablo 4 got even worse? Oh no. There was so much talk about it getting better, and now it's even worse. Bruh. I have a place up here in NYC at Naruto Ramen called Level 5. Oh. Fair enough.
what Microsoft's influence is like after the acquisition. And D4 Bad meta has evolved to a whole new point. It's actually pretty hilarious, and I want to show you that. And third, a little bit of an apology from me, and I'm going to put some power into your guys' hands to decide about what you want to do about it. Also, I'll be live right now. You can click the link down below to go to the Twitch if you want to see me live. I'll see you there.
Enjoy your rest, Yoko.
It's going to be really hard for Diablo 4 to ever
Rest
be good
well,
again
yeah, can block.
because people have already decided that it was bad. So if people acknowledge that Diablo 4 is good, then that also means that they were wrong whenever they said Diablo 4 was bad.
Thank you for that.
So why would they want to admit that they were wrong? Because if you're wrong, you're stupid. So by saying that Diablo 4 is good, they're calling themselves stupid. So it has to be bad.
As a stupid person, can confirm.
That's the way it works. With the first point of the video. Microsoft has let Blizzard be Blizzard following its acquisition. The studio says is that
I wish they'd stop doing that for 343. Holy fuck, quit letting them be themselves. That's been the worst thing for Halo.
Of this one. Let's dig into it. Now, this headline is according to Holly Longdale, who is the executive producer and vice president for World of Warcraft. Longdale breaks down that they've had access to the people from both Mojang for basically Minecraft, as well as the Elder Scrolls Online team.
doubt.
So she's stating that it's basically helpful for them to have access to these people and see what worked for those teams.
No
Interestingly enough, Elder Scrolls Online is going to come up again later in this video. No one is asking us to do anything. World of Warcraft is doing very well, and they're very proud of what it's been able to accomplish. They've been tremendously supportive, referring to Microsoft, and it's like, let Blizzard be Blizzard. So effectively, the vibe here from...
Why would they want to go in and change something that's working?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Simple as that.
Blizzard was making a lot of money. Why would Microsoft go in and change that?
If Blizzard wasn't making a lot of money, do you think Microsoft would have gone and bought them? No, of course not.
Microsoft probably bought Blizzard because, number one, the company was at a massive, low... the company will probably never have that low of a value again, if it was not, bought. Because, that was after the sexual assault fucking shit. That was after, they had, 3 expansions bombed. That was after Overwatch 2. Really, everything was bad. So, Microsoft bought them at the perfect time.
Insiders at Blizzard is that Microsoft is not really influencing them. They just acquired them.
Why
and
would
said,
they?
Do your thing. This has been the topic of some debate whether or not this is actually good for the future. You can look at other YouTube videos talking about this and just go to the comments, and you're going to see there's kind of split opinions on this, though it seems to lean like people were hoping Microsoft would influence Blizzard for the better instead of just letting them sit. But keep in mind, these are just comments from one of the heads at one of the games over there at Blizzard. World of Warcraft, they say, is going just fine. Diablo 4 has had a lot of bad press, but seems like it's getting better with the PTR and with Season 4 coming. Speaking of Diablo...
It'll take a year for the bad press. Basically, in order for people to acknowledge something is good, there needs to be, a massive change, something like Cyberpunk 2.0, or it has to be as long as the thing was bad. So if something was bad for a year, it will take at least 1 year for it to become unbad in the minds of average people. And even then it probably won't be.
4 and D4 bad. The meta for Diablo 4 has evolved to a point where it's not even about the game anymore. If I go to the front page of YouTube right now, there's actually a mix. D4 bad, the song. And that is because there is entire playlist here of...
Is that Quinn? Oh my god.
D4 bad music.
Holy
AI generated Diablo 4 bad songs have been all over Twitch lately. In fact, there's entire channels called D4 Bad Radio, just as an example of one of these guys here, that all they do is publish Diablo 4 bad songs. And some of these are actually...
I mean, this is pretty impressive. I mean, if I saw this many people saying a game was bad, I would kind of want to try it.
Hilariously good.
I'm a pirate, battered and bruised. 10 years at sea, I'm used and abused, but nothing out here has hurt me more than the game I bought that's called D4.
Now, first of all, these aren't really supposed to be taken seriously.
Oh yeah, they're obviously taking a piss out of Blizzard. That doesn't make it any less good.
That's so fucking good. How is that so good?
These are like meme songs. No one's out here really making these because they really just want D4 bad. Everyone
Yeah.
to know
D4
it. Like,
bad.
We get it. It's a joke at this point. But these
Yeah, Diablo 4 is a joke.
songs are actually like pretty funny. I mean, if you listen to some of these, they're pretty good. So there's everything from like power metal to the sea shanties to pop songs, and it's hilarious. I didn't realize AI was that good at making music. This dude is spamming these songs out, and he's not the only channel doing this.
Oh yeah, they have like these like AI Drake songs and shit like that. I see this all the time on Twitter. People are talking about it because like people are trying to be like, oh man, Drake finally released his like diss album or like diss track for Kendrick Lamar, and it's some fucking AI bullshit and it's not even real. And some people in the comments are like, oh, this goes so hard. Kendrick is cooked. Like, bro, J. Cole a real bitch. Like, what the fuck? They can't even tell.
Actually, there's a bunch of these channels. Here's another channel that's basically just been like straight up pumping these things out. It's hilarious because they're all getting like 1,000 views plus. People are unironically listening to this, and I'm pretty sure the original like, oh, this one I can find is actually this one, which I saw from Quinn's channel here.
People get
So you see what I mean? It's kind of evolved beyond just like the game. Like people are just making memes out of it. People
This is so fucking ridiculous.
making AI
This is so
Ridiculously
fucking
funny.
ridiculous. I bet the people that work on Diablo 4 think it's funny.
Oh, absolutely.
I bet they do. I bet they see this and they're like, hey, they brought out a new one. Yeah, this is crazy.
Imagine them just like playing that during meetings. That'd be great.
created music, and there's even some there's some bangers
But they
in
don't.
here
I bet some of
that
them
are
do.
actually sound good to listen to.
Yeah,
it.
they
I
do.
was surprised by how well the AI can actually make music. I did not see that coming, but then again, I haven't been following the AI stuff for a while.
Right. Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
I mean, come on. That's pretty good. So I'll put
It's,
some links
it's impressive. It is. I am amazed.
down below if you want to pick
You don't look anything like Korn, Mr. Asman. Get it? Because maze? No? Okay.
through some of these channels and just listen to some of these songs. They're pretty funny.
It was
Some
a
of them
banger.
are quite
Yeah, it was good.
It's a good laugh. However, you can waste a few minutes watching. I just wanted to highlight that. Now, I want to talk about a conundrum that I've had, in which I'm going to put the power on your guys' hands, and also a little bit of an apology here. So over the last 30 days, if you look on the channel, you're going to realize I've uploaded about half as many videos as I normally do. Normally, I'm doing like 1, maybe 2 videos a day, but I'm doing like 1 video every other day, maybe 1 every 3 to 4 days on the occasion. And that is because I've been stuck in this loop lately of me and the girlfriend will download a new MMO, we'll play for like an hour and a half, 2 hours, and then we'll be like, what's the next one like? And we'll download like Raven Dawn and then like Elder Scrolls Online. And we're having a really hard time committing to one of these or to seeing what's in there for. We wanted to make sure that we...
I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of MMOs out there, so there's a lot of content to get through.
test them all and then figure out the one we want, but it's impractical because it's taking like all of our time to basically do this. You got to download them and play them and try them out. So what we decided is the top most voted comment on this video will be the next one that we try out and see what it's like. Now, I want to give you a couple of stipulations for the recommendations because I know we could get trolled and have something terrible. Is that we're looking for something that we can play together. It has to be a 2-player. Like, and it's an MMO, so obviously it'd be 2-player, but a good 2-player. And it has to be somewhat casual because we don't get like that many hours outside of the live streaming, et cetera. I think get like that many hours to be able to play it. So with those stipulations, what I've been recommending on the live stream so far is like Guild Wars 2 and New World. And both of these are something that we haven't played like a ton of. So these would be new. If you recommend one or the other of these, then maybe we would check it out.
Between Guild Wars 2 and New World, in terms of gameplay, I would say I prefer New World over Guild Wars 2. My reason being is because in New World, I actually have something to look forward to when leveling. at least to a certain degree. Whereas with Guild Wars 2, it's all about exploration to get your new like points, and that's about it. That's it. Oh, why hello there. Goodbye. Not interested. Please remove me from your lists.
Than that, the top most upvoted comment.
But yeah, I never really liked Guild Wars 2 that much. Don't get me wrong. It's got good gameplay, but that's about it. It doesn't have good progression. Guild Wars 2 progression is dog shit. All it is like, I don't even know if it's like this anymore, but when Guild Wars 2 first came out, you had to like get different weapons and then unlock the proficiency for the weapon. And that's all. You don't get any new skills except for like the ones that you get through like your masteries or whatever the fuck they're called. And to get those, you have to go and do these like trials all over the world. And that's just not fun. That's just not fun. This is just not fun for me. I will say though, their trade skills, the crafting, really good. Guild Wars 2 has great crafting. However, New World also has great crafting. New World has much better crafting in my opinion because it follows more of the older type of formula, but you can also do like batch crafts, if that makes sense. Like you could make a lot of shit at once. Instead of where in Guild Wars 2, it's like you could craft a lot at once, but it's like you hold the button down or whatever and just keep crafting and it gradually gets faster. But that's about it. You don't just like press one button and it crafts all that you want. You can't do it that way unless they change that. That could be different from when I originally played, right? And yeah, I like how New World handles like when you level up your weapon proficiencies, you get special points that you put into your like weapon skills. I like that. And when you level up your main level, you have points to put into your stats. I like that as well. Guild Wars 2 does not have either of those. I'm going out on my scooter. See you later, Aura. Alright, see you around, Sadra. Hopefully you have a good time. If you see any great sights, make sure to take some pictures. Hell yeah, always good to see those. Anyways.
On this video will be the one that we look into, but also, I'm sorry, I haven't uploaded this many videos. I know
There's nothing going on. Like, nothing's happened. Of course you haven't uploaded it. There's nothing happening.
True.
Yeah, that's the way it is.
Yeah, sometimes you get to these, like, lull points. Like, L-U-L-L. Lull. You get a lull in activity, waiting for, like, the next thing to hit. I think at this point, the next thing that people are looking forward to is probably Path of Exile 2. Because Last Epoch is already out and reviewed and all that. Like, what else is there to look forward to? Like, I know in Q3 we have Once Human coming out. I know Asmund played a shit ton of that. And I know I'm going to enjoy it. From the gameplay I saw him doing, oh man, I'm going to love that shit. I'm going to enjoy it so much. But aside from that, like, what else is there? Think of it, Derpy. How you doing, Zool? How you doing?
I'm gonna give you guys a video of the day to watch, but I've been kind of just having fun gaming, which is weird to...
Yeah.
Oh, that's an ad. Just a casual reminder, if you don't want to see any ads, you can just watch on YouTube. Or just, like, watch the ads to support me. Either way is cool. I know how annoying ads are.
The reason I haven't uploaded gaming videos is because I'm gaming. I know, kind of weird. And I don't really want to like put these random videos of me like just playing some random game for 2 hours up on the channel and spam your notifications. So I'm kind of just waiting around for the next ARPG season launch. Right now I've been playing Path of Exile on stream. You can catch me.
If you want good content, I think one thing that's like really good to do are like short one-shot games. Like the only thing is that you can't play that with like another person. But like, for example, I mean, I guess you could try Pal World. Like, it's kind of like not hype
Well, that's
anymore.
not short.
But like trying games like Death Must Die or Coffin of Andy and Laylee,
Yeah.
you know, like really short games like that, Hells of Torments, Hollow Cure,
Pretty
I
much
don't know,
any
there's
of
probably
the
other ones
Survivor
too,
type
like
games
Monster
would be
Hunter's like
good.
much more long form. But like in general, Undertale, yeah, I saw Quinn playing Undertale. Like games like that are really good for stream because they're usually like very short.
Yeah.
And so you can play a game like
And there's a lot of shorties out there. It's true.
that, and you don't have to be like, you play
People
it for a
being
couple
short.
of hours. Well, you're already halfway done with the game at that point. So you can make a video of that, and that's it.
Live now if you want, but May 14th is when we got the new Diablo 4 Season
Yeah.
4, and I think I'm going to go really hard back into Diablo 4 with the itemization changes, do everything there is to do in the game, multiple classes, see how I feel about it. Then
I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna play the new Diablo season 2, but I'm not gonna probably do multiple classes. I'm just gonna do one character.
Review the game once that Season
D4
4 has
bad.
been fully completed for me. Anyway, that's my plans going forward. Appreciate y'all.
There it
See you
is.
on the next video or on the live today.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like
there are 3 different.
I feel like Diablo 4. It's like it's kind of gotten crazy how much people are circle jerking about the game being bad. Like, let me look and see what I said last time. Asmongold, Diablo 4. Diablo 4 is so much better now. Is this the video?
Better does not mean good, though.
Yeah, this I think is it. Diablo 4 is saved. Yeah, this must be it. This is Blizzard's last chance. And anytime you're suffering, enter this video and look at Joe Shelley's face.
Okay. I don't know which one that is.
Like, guys who made the game closer to what it should have been launched. I feel like a lot of people are still kind of negative about the game, and that's just what's going to keep happening, I would say. I don't think there's anything new for that. I'll link you guys the video, too. That was a good one. And I think that it becomes like a meta where like the game is just bad, and people have already made up their mind that the game is bad. So you can't talk about the game being good because people have already decided something. And like, it's not really a good thing that that happens, but it certainly does happen.
True.
And it happens almost with every game. It's like, as soon as people have decided, oh, we don't like this anymore, that's it. It's over. It's mostly your audience. Look at Rax.
Some people also decide that something is bad before they've actually, like, consumed it. I've been guilty of this. Even recently, like within the past couple weeks. I heard from, like, some random people on the internet that Fallout, the TV series, was bad. And then, like, within a week, I watch a video by Moist Critical, Charlie, talking about how Fallout 4 was actually good. So you know what? I went and actually watched it. And I agree that it's good. They made it very, very true to the Fallout game series. Like, holy crap. I think it would be hard to make it any more close to the games. It was great. I loved it. It was a hell of an experience. And I really hope it gets another season, because damn, it was good. Anyways.
Talking about Diablo 4? Well, yeah, but it's also like the Reddit. I mean, like, the Reddit isn't all my audience. There's a lot of things that are besides this. Like, Diablo 4 bad radio, Blizzard be Blizzard, sounds like a threat. Yeah. I mean, Final Fantasy 14, probably the...
Yeah, in terms of timeline of Fallout, the Fallout TV show takes place about 15 years after the events of New Vegas. After the events of the New Vegas game. Yeah. It's about 15 years after.
Best couple-friendly games.
I don't know what the timeline is for Fallout 4 specifically, because, well, I have a shit memory. But, you know, according to my buddy at work, I think they said potentially 3 seasons minimum. Well, that's usually what they say for what was it? It's not Amazon, Netflix. Yeah, usually Netflix, they do 1 season or 3 seasons. And then usually no more than that. But we'll see. Hopefully it turns out well. Well. Turns out good. Yeah.
You can get married, have anniversaries.
Yeah.
Yeah, Final Fantasy 14 would be a good idea for them to play. If you're looking for something to do with somebody else. It's not. Look at Quinn's channel, same shit. Well, yeah, Reddit's mostly positive. I feel like it's I don't know, like, is it mostly positive now? Like, I haven't looked at it in the past, like, 2 weeks. So, maybe it is. But either way, I'm just saying, like, I feel like it's going to be really hard for Blizzard to change people's perception of Diablo. It is. It's going to be fucking hard.
Chosen 22.
And I hope it happens,
96.
though, because
Fallout
I do
4
want to
was
see.
2287.
I do want to see the game get
New
better.
Vegas was 2281. Yeah, so 15 years after New Vegas. What do we got? Kitty! Kitty. Look at that floofer.
More space between you two.
Look at that kitty cat. Oh my word.
He doesn't need to wake up to this.
Meow. Kitty. Is it just me, or does anyone else, like, when they're really close to a cat, they just want to, like, numb, just get on that ear, just not like bites, but like you just numb, just with the lips, no teeth, just numb. I see those ears and I just want to like bug them. Is that a me thing, or do other people do that? Meow. Kitty. Why you wanna nom the putty tat? Because the ears look fun to nom on. Yeah.
I think the DMZ is less tense than this, man. Come on.
Whoa.
Come on.
Get him, kitty. Get him. Fight. They're both so comf. It's time to fight. Oh, and then the third
No.
one.
That was a buffer.
Meow.
Come on.
Why are you so rude, kitty?
Stop it.
Meow. Fight.
You don't need to be there.
Yeah. Oh. Alright, before we continue, it is time for a break. It is break time. I've been going 3 hours. Oh my god. This is gonna be my first break for today. Up. Alright. Let me put on the lo-fi. Let me lower the volume so you don't get, like, destroyed as soon as I press the button. There we go. Now I can turn it up. Yay! BRB! Hello. We're back. Or at least I'm back. I don't know about y'all. I don't know if y'all's back, but I'm back. You know what that means? It's time to watch more vidges. Yay! Alright. We have this week's Gymquisition. Hell yeah. Good old James Stephanie Sterling. Let's heckin' go. Hey, what's up, Leshin? How you doing? Welcome back. I see you are also back. What in the world is that game? Looks like absolute trash. What in the world? What the heck? Huh?
Let's go!
Sea Dog VA, hell yeah. Let's go.
I got a spot on my chin, so I'm just using the doll again. Hello? No, seriously, giant spot on my chin. I look like Sergeant fucking Slaughter. So anyway, today we're talking about online games. Industry bullshit seems to be cyclical. You may listen to some of today's video and think, well, this is nothing new. No, it's not new, just like shitty PC ports aren't a new concept, but just became the shit du jour of the video game industry. What was it, last year? This stuff just comes in waves, and the recent wave I've been noticing is a whole bunch of online-centric games designed only for online being completely fucked online.
Yeah.
So that's what we're talking about today. Boom, 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 boom. But I was going to do a thing where I'd start matchmaking in Sker Ritual and see if it actually joins me to a game before I finished writing this script. However, I cannot do that, as Sker Ritual is so utterly and completely fucked up that it can't even start matchmaking right now, let alone finish the fucking thing. Sker Ritual is the latest in an unforgivable line of online-centric games that have completely shattered their launch windows by simply not bloody working. Just straight up failing to operate like the quintessential picture of a defective product, a term nobody else uses enough in this bloody industry. When you boot up a game and you get this, though. Defective product is truly the perfect descriptor. Oh, matchmaking's working again, for a given definition of working. Can you believe I was excited about this? I even bought the deluxe edition like a fucking chump. I legit feel like a bad person for that, because deluxe owners can make their character scream on command in a game already full of whistles, shrieks, and other noises set at a pitch seemingly
I can also scream on command. I just choose not to.
Designed to assassinate autistic people.
Speaking of which, hi, this is Z Manzilla, the co-editor here, and for your benefit, said autistic people, here's a little content warning. I'm about to play a sample of that audio, right?
Thank you for that.
I just want to give you ample time to turn down volumes and pull the earbuds away
That's
from
a good
your
idea.
ears, all that nice stuff.
That's a good idea to reduce volume.
5, you ready? Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, yeah.
Good night, Val. Night, honey bun. Good night.
Nights. 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 Nights.
Shut the fuck up. Go Ritual is a fry of a smaller size when compared to some of the games truly fucking around lately, but for me it sure was a breaking point. I liked the original Made of Sker, and for some deeply strange reason I admired the stupidity of turning a relatively straightforward indie horror into a version of COD Zombies that didn't have Activision stink all over it. But this thing is the very definition of half-baked, not just because its online stability is egg-like in its fragility, but because it's so unbelievably ineptly designed as if the creators were completely out of their element with a game of this nature.
Forget it, Donnie, you're out of your element.
It's so poorly balanced that it's more rewarding to quit a game and abandon your team, since you can cash out with all your XP at any time and not bother with the entirety of a long, tedious series of undynamic objectives. Plus, if the host quits first, or the game otherwise disconnects, which it'll do a lot, you get nothing. So ditching a team is literally incentivized more than playing properly. That's just one example of the game being so fundamentally wrong that it didn't have a fucking prayer.
That sounds
for the
pretty
extremity
shit.
of its failure. Matchmaking has been going on for about 9 minutes now, has thrown into sharp relief the utter fucking state of online games now. Earlier this year, Helldivers 2 launched in such a state that despite being infinitely more competently made than Sker Ritual, was even more unplayable. It simply couldn't matchmake at all most of the time, and when it did, it was laggy, unstable, and prone to outright crashing. Much of this was excused as the developers not being prepared for such a huge player base at launch, though personally I maintain that's not the entire story and it doesn't explain the tech issues unrelated to player base. Many people were nonetheless forgiving of Helldivers 2. So was I. No, before you remember my absolutely scathing review where I controversially gave it a super low score and everyone said I was being unfair, let me assure you I was more forgiving towards Helldivers 2 than I am with most games. I gave it 2 weeks. 2 weeks to sort its shit out, and it had not improved at buggering all. So, what is a critic to do when they have to review what is in front of them, and what's in front of them is fucking shit? Wait some more? Okay, how long? 3 weeks? 4? Indefinitely? When Cyberpunk 2077 came out, should we have all waited 3 years before we pointed at it and said, that's fucking broken, mate? I mean, do I just do what some people always expect me to do and simply review a game based on hype and the promise that one day it might be good? Because, brother, let me tell you, if we all reviewed games based on hype and promise, Anthem would be the highest rated game of all time. And let's forget critique. I am a customer like any other. I bought Helldivers 2, the deluxe edition, because I'm a fucking chump. The nature of my job means I often have to move on from game to game before long, and that's me in a privileged position. There are other people whose jobs give them very limited amounts of free time at all. So during my best window to play a game I bought, I couldn't. Solo mode is untenably fucking awful due to zero balancing, matchmaking was fucked, and the constant online connection it required sure as shit wasn't connected on its end half the time. Those 2 weeks trying to forgive Helldivers 2 sucked. So really, I don't regret being as harsh as I was. I can't praise the imaginary.
Imagine. If you only have so much time to play a game and it just doesn't work, what can you do about it, right? You can only wait so long before you have to, like, go off on other things, especially for a video game critic. I understand that completely. I'm sure the Helldivers 2 is a lot more stable now. I'm sure of it. Same with, like, alright, here's another example of a game that was awful at launch. No Man's Sky. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember how shit that was at launch? Look at it now. It has improved by leaps and bounds. It is a significantly better game now. But the reviews at the time were really shit, because the game was really shit. So, give them credit where credit is due.
Imagine a story.
Hilariously, you don't even need to be an online game to offer players a busted online experience. In one of my favourite examples this year of triple failure. Oh, that don't work. The aggressively mediocre Suicide Squad partook of that whole play early scam where buying a more expensive version lets you access it a few days ahead of launch. Yeah, except it required an online connection to do that, and the goons at Warner Brothers were distinctly not online, literally failing to deliver what it sold.
So, a little bit earlier in the video, they were talking about Helldivers 2, how it was really bad at launch, and she only had like 2 weeks. Well, she gave it 2 weeks, unlike what she would give to most other games, right? And it was still broken by then. Nowadays, I'm pretty sure Helldivers 2 has been fixed, but the problem still stood at launch, right? Similarly with No Man's Sky, which is my example. No Man's Sky was an absolute shit show at launch. It was awful. Thank you for the head pat. Thank you. But yeah, it was really, really bad at launch. Nowadays, No Man's Sky, fucking great. Beautiful game. But yeah, if you just go by the reviews back when it was first launched, awful shit game. Reviews nowadays, great, amazing game. Because you know what? They worked on it. But you can only wait so long to put out a review, right? You can only wait so long. And games, a lot of them are ever changing, especially ones that are online. Anyways.
Fucking beautiful. While nowhere near as bad as the other examples, the really rather good Outlast Trials still suffered from a lot of matchmaking issues at launch. It just took a lot longer to find games than it should have been, and like with Skir Ritual and Helldivers 2, playing it alone was a drawn out and unenjoyable drag. Really good game that, a lot more consistent with its online, but absolutely did itself no fucking favours. They say you only get one first impression. Unless you launched with enough hype and big publisher backing to have an army of pre-installed fans forgiving you, that remains true for a lot of games. And lately, the first impressions they're giving off during launch windows, by far the most crucial time for building a strong, lasting player base, are terrible. In such a competitive market, the last thing any game needs is players losing interest and bailing on the experience after just a few days, but they're honestly leaving players with no choice. I mean, about 10 minutes ago, Skir Ritual full-on kicked me for inactivity when all I was doing was waiting for it to find me a game. I wasn't the inactive one! And what, am I meant to take that as a fucking encouraging sign? No, I'm going to uninstall it, boot Final Fantasy X back up, and have an actual nice time. Now, do you want to hear the story of the shoe puff? Ah, man. I fucking love that one.
What the heck?
When matchmaking is this bad, tragic irony is the likely outcome, as by the time it's fixed, there won't be enough players left to make matches with. A game like Skir, let's face it, ain't gonna be the next Overwatch. For many online games, that week or two after launch is literally as good as it's ever gonna get, and they're blowing it. Forget for a moment the consumer end and just think about how sad that is for the game to only have the biggest spotlight when it's at its very worst. Relatable. Wait, I mean, no game needs a launch day support as much as an online multiplayer game, but lately no game is less deserving of launch day support than an online multiplayer game. The genre's really burning through its fucking trust. If we're now at a point where it's okay to be fucking unplayable on day 1, day 2, week 1, week 2, then I really couldn't advise anyone buy an online game until it's been out for at least a month. Don't buy games at launch. It's an old adage. Adage. Adage?
ADAG.
One truly encapsulated by another quote, coined by my old stablemate Total Biscuit. We do not pre-order. And oh, how true it is.
True.
Now, this attitude toward buying brand
Never
new games
pre-order
is a
a
very,
game.
very old one. Not quite as old as my career, which has gone on far too seriously long enough, but it's only a few years behind. Games being broken at launch has been an increasing problem ever since what I dubbed patch culture grew throughout the very late 2000s and early 2010s. Oh, Skir Ritual literally just gave up on matchmaking, it just stopped. It just stopped. Anyway, patch culture was the industry's response to the growing connectivity of games as broadband became more widespread and online gaming therefore became more viable. This of course allowed games to be updated post-launch, which like most new things in the game industry started out as a great idea that benefited everybody but was soon brutally adapted to suit the deadline-happy, resource-frugal needs of big publishers. Rather than finish a game and iron out any unforeseen bugs post-launch, it became horribly routine to launch games in woefully broken states because going gold and claiming to be ready for release was more important than actually being ready for release. And the only reason I'm using past tense and not present tense is because this is historical context and not a description of what's still going on. For a time, the day one patch was considered a big deal, rightly maligned. It was like an immediate epidemic. The game I always remember as embodying that plague of patch culture is Techland's Dead Island. In fact, I believe that's the game that caused me to coin the term. Dead Island required a massive patch on launch day to essentially complete its development, and even then it was buggy as all fuck. I mean, it's a Techland game. Ultimately, the game industry has gotten way too fucking comfortable with the release it now, patch it later approach, which of course led to a medium full of unfinished live service games that offer skeletal products with a roadmap of updates. But at least the games I'm thinking of there were all still playable to some notable degree. You know, Street Fighter V was fucking Spartan at launch, but what was there could be accessed to its fullest extent. The games inspiring today's rant are borderline unplayable, balanced entirely around largely inaccessible online play, with connections too unstable to provide an acceptable experience even when it can matchmake properly. And here's where I have very limited sympathy for even the most sympathetic case. You can be surprised by how many players you have, like Helldivers 2's developers were, but there is still no excuse for being completely unprepared for downtime. There's no excuse for not wondering what players will do if they buy your game and can't bloody play it the way they're meant to. Because these are online games. Shit goes wrong for 1,000 reasons. No game can stay online 100% of forever, and if you're not providing anything to keep your players in your ecosystem at times like this, you're doing bad fucking business. I dare say if Helldivers 2 had a campaign mode or just made suitable adjustments for solo players, I'd have been so much more forgiving of it. If there was something to do in Skir Ritual other than stare at a matchmaking screen, it would still be shit. But you know, hell, Skir and Outlast are particularly glaring since they're literally spun off from intensely single-player horror games. Whatever's going on lately to make balked online launches the fuck-up de jour of the gaming space, I don't have an answer for it, but while offering more solo content or just better solo balancing isn't a fix, it's at least a salve to the problem of these games being functionally useless, literally unable to serve the one purpose they've been sold to serve, because in comparison, it doesn't really matter how glitchy a game like the notorious Cyberpunk 2077 was at launch, because you could still play it and play it a lot. The glitchy, busted, crash-prone single-player game is always less broken than an otherwise perfectly polished online game that can't get online. Also, I'm just gonna stop looking forward to games. It's clearly not working out. I'm terrified to be too excited for the Elden Ring DLC, because the moment I get hyped, that's when From Software puts fucking Bubsy in it.
Bubsy! Yo, same.
For me.
Thank God for me. Thank God for these nuts. Hey. Alright. I think I want to play a game. What do I want to play though? That's the question. 'Tis the question. The question. You has a question? What's your question? Play a game WoW? No, I don't have WoW. They give it a head pat. Yeah, I can. Baka. Baka. How dare. How dare. How dare you place your hand upon mine head? You should be doing it more, not less. You baka. But meanwhile, not world. Yeah, well. Got him. Got him. Hacking got Baka. Also, meow. Lashin, did you hear about 7 Days to Die? 7 Days is leaving early access. It will now be officially out. However, after the current sale of the game, which is 76% off, currently you can get the game for $6. That's $5.99. Thank you for the head pat. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. However, the price of the game after the sale is going to be increasing. The current, like, full price for the game is $24.99. For release, they're increasing it by $20. So it'll be $44.99 for release retail version of 7 Days to Die. Yeah, thankfully I also have it already. So if any of you want the game, this is the ideal time to get it. Otherwise, get hecked, I guess. Because holy crap, that's a lot of money. Honestly, I think they should have just kept it at the same price. That's how I feel. But, you know, gotta make that money, I guess. I don't know. Whatever. Whatever. Anyways, what do I want to play? I mean, aside from, like, your mom. Or I could just watch more stuff. Meow. Meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Oh, I could do some more Death Must Die. I could do some more runs of that. I'll do that. You know what? My brain isn't working, so let's just go to the next video.
Video game
Figure it out
graphics
as
just
I
keep getting better. It
do
is
stuff,
crazy
I
how
guess.
far we've come, and sometimes looking
Graphics
back
then versus
is
now.
the best way to
That
appreciate
seem
it.
unreal.
Hi folks, it's Falcon, and today on Game Ranks, 10 graphics
Let's go.
then versus now that seem unreal. Starting off with number 10, the Valley of the Ancients Unreal Engine demo and Harry Potter Chamber of Secrets.
Ugh.
We're pretty deep into 2024 at this point, and we haven't really seen a lot of games that show off the power of the newest version of Unreal. There are a few notable ones, but at this point, until we start looking at the next generation of consoles...
Man, I saw this, like, video of... it was Cyberpunk 2077, but it had, like, photorealistic mods. It looked legitimately real. It was crazy. Like, holy crap. I was so surprised at how it looked. Man. Unreal 5 is the future of gaming.
Graphics jump that everybody wants.
Oh,
so
now
for the
the
time
grub
being,
goes off.
We're kind of stuck
There it
looking at
goes.
demos, which I admit are impressive, but
Ada Pun
they're
got
also just
unnoticed.
demos. One of the
What?
most impressive ones we've seen
Oh,
a lot
I
of.
totally missed it. If a clown performs brain surgery with a hammer, does the victim end up with a cause of death as a brain hemorrhage? Oh, I see it now. I see it. I totally didn't even see your comment. But yeah, that's probably accurate. Probably accurate. I could be wrong, but probably accurate, yeah.
Is the Valley of the Ancients, which has this girl with magic powers exploring a small rocky environment. It's Unreal Engine 5 without any compromises. It's got Nanite, Lumen, and all the other bells and whistles enabled.
Whoa. Look at that. Oh my lord.
The effects in particular are astounding.
Wow.
So why not compare the magic casting in this to a much older game that you can cast spells in, like Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets from 2002. Gonna be honest here, I find the graphics in this game quite charming. It is an Unreal game through and through,
with all the
Is it,
colored lights you
though?
could ask for. Still, it's Unreal Engine 1, where Valley of the Ancients is Unreal Engine 5, and the difference is practically unbelievable. One might even say unreal. Look at the spells. In Unreal 1, effects were literally just a texture with some transparency. Maybe they threw a colored light for effect, but that was it. Now look at Unreal
that sounds
5.
about right.
There's so much going on with absolutely every effect. It's hard to narrow down exactly what the engine is doing because it's a lot. I mean, it's not just going to be Unreal Engine we talk about, but it's impressive to see just how far Unreal has come.
How far Unreal has coomed. Now imagine something like that in VR. Hell yeah.
At number 9 is the Fractured Mind
I just
demo
got
versus
flashbanged.
the original Half-Life in 1998 and
Who
Half-Life
needs
2
sight,
in
right?
2004. We've come a long way in subway train interior technology, haven't we? From barely being able to render seats made with more than a handful of polygons to however many thousands of polygons they're pushing
That is
in
quite
the
the
Fractured
difference.
Mind demo. This train car is practically photorealistic. The detail on it is extremely impressive.
quite there,
even now that we have
but
seen
it's very
things
close.
well beyond when this asset was created, which was actually back in 2017. So even though it's not actually cutting edge, when you splash some shaders over it, it looks practically real.
No, yeah, I
the
remember
Half-Life
that.
2 subway was a big step
Goes to
forward,
hand.
but even that doesn't compare to what they've got going on here. The whole Fractured Mind game gives strong Stray Souls vibes. It ain't exactly some kind of technical powerhouse, and the hype this demo is getting online is pretty overblown. But the demo does make for a perfect example of just how far GPU technology has evolved over 20 years. Going from something that only vaguely resembles the thing it's meant to resemble, to something that looks really damn good. I mean, it's impressive. I know
Well-
the monorail you're on in Half-Life 2 is supposed to be like a regular train car, but this meticulously detailed rendering might actually fool somebody into thinking it's real. I mean, you gotta squint a little bit if you're as jaded with video game graphics as maybe your average GameRanks viewer or commentator. But yeah, that's impressive.
Almost as impressive as your mum. Got him.
At number 8 is Alan Wake 2 versus Max Payne. Alan
Okay.
Wake 2 is a technical marvel, but Remedy's really always been an innovator
Yeah,
with graphics technology.
that's true.
The original Max Payne from 2001 was one of the best looking games that came out that year. The
True.
texture work alone was leaps and bounds above what most game devs were doing at the time. Alan Wake 2 uses Remedy's proprietary engine Northlight, while Max Payne used Max FX, which was also an engine of their own creation, so there is a direct link there. Another direct link is Sam Lake himself, the man himself who lends his face to the original Max Payne, as well as Alex Casey in Alan Wake 2. As you can see,
Yay.
their ability to make human beings has gotten a little bit better over the years. Max Payne is
just a bit.
almost literally just an edited photograph stretched over a low polygon head, while Alan Wake 2's Casey is a starkly realistic recreation made using multiple techniques developers have access to recreate real people.
I am so looking forward to seeing the next Max Payne game. Remedy did get the rights to make a new Max Payne game. So that'll be great. That'll be wonderful. Hopefully. I really hope it's good. I really, really do. I love Remedy games.
He looks exactly like I always imagined Casey to be. It's uncanny.
Thank you. That means so much to me. I'm a huge fan of your books.
So, what's the problem, Alan?
To me, human characters are where the real qualities of next gen shine. Even going back a few years, you'll see character models that look significantly less realistic, but that's hardly the only difference here. From lighting to environmental design, pretty much everything else, Alan Wake 2 is just leaps and bounds beyond everything from the original Max Payne.
I have them right here.
Meow. I haven't played Alan Wake 2, and I probably won't. But I know the story of it because I watched a video about it. And man,
at number 7 is
so
Cyberpunk
cool.
2077 Phantom Liberty versus Deus Ex. It may not be fair to compare one of the best looking games in the past few years to a game that wasn't even cutting edge back when it came out in the year 2000.
Fair.
But they're both Cyberpunk games. They're both RPGs. I mean, kind of. I think there's enough to say there's a connection here.
Wait,
to
what?
make a long story short, Deus Ex does not hold up well compared to Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk has this huge, incredible looking city that's dense with details like a smaller video game environment, and it can switch between crowded interiors and city streets quite seamlessly, with the character models always being exceptionally detailed. At least now in 2024, after significant fixes have happened. Do you remember the potato face loading difficulties this game had when it launched? I do. But now it looks incredible. Deus Ex looks primitive in comparison even to the potato faces. I mean, just look at somebody talk. They have 3 different heads they snap between, and that's it.
Didn't really have a choice.
Has he been infected?
Oh, yes. Most certainly. When I mentioned that we could put him on the priority list for the ambrosia vaccine, he was so willing it was almost pathetic.
Bruh.
This plague, the rioting is intensifying to the point where we may not be able to contain it.
There isn't even any basic interpolation for the animations. Everyone just looks like a marionette. It's very weird. The locations are small and extremely basic. The lighting is static. Yeah, there are certain areas that look better than others, but compare any random location to something from even Unreal Tournament, which came out a year earlier, it doesn't even hold up compared to that. Deus Ex, still a great game, of course, but time has not been kind to this one. At number 6 is Marvel's Spider-Man 2 versus Spider-Man 2. So New York, probably one of the most replicated cities in video games, right? If a game has Spider-Man in it, then it's probably going to be in New York also.
It's the human
The 2004
Spooter.
game was Spidey's first step into an open world, and for a lot of people, it's still the best. The old Spider-Man is still a very fun game with an innovative swinging mechanic, but graphically, well, look at it. It's less a city and more a flat plane with a bunch of rectangles or rectangular prisms, I guess, sticking out of it. Like, the world is so basic compared to what games are able to do now. Even the worst looking game now is just leaps and bounds ahead of even what this would look like with a proper render pipeline and much better textures. Like, just walk around at ground level. The difference is it's staggering. In Marvel's Spider-Man 2, the city looks like a city. There's traffic clogging the streets, cracks in the sidewalk, trash, people walking here. I mean, it looks like a place. Compare that to 2004 Spider-Man, where it's a desolate wasteland with a car every once in a while, maybe a person or two. Like, it's so empty. The streets are huge and uniformly sized, and there's nothing in them, so it's just even more emphasized. Of course, you're supposed to swing around and all that, but even from far away, the city looks crazy empty and bland in that old game, especially when compared to how vibrant the city looks in Spider-Man 2. It's just not a fair comparison, of course. These games are about 2 decades apart, but it's easy to get the nostalgia glasses about old games. Sometimes you gotta actually go back and look at them to remind yourself this is what games used to look like. It was not always pretty.
If I want pretty, I'll just look in chat. Cause y'all are pretty cute. Hey, how you doing?
At number 5 is the Talos Principle 2 versus Serious Sam. Crow Team, big fans of ancient Egypt, aren't they? It appears in pretty much all their games in some form, going all the way back to Serious Sam way back in 2001. Even though the game was a budget title when it came out, it was still considered a graphics card showcase because of the huge environments and special effects. It's outdated to say the least, but there is something charming about the visuals in this old game. Doesn't exactly look realistic, of course, but it does look good for what it is. Fast forward more than 20 years to their most recent game, and the difference is honestly kind of mind-blowing. From this cartoon rendering of Egypt to stuff that's almost photorealistic if you look at it from the right angle.
I mean, fair.
This land is but a dream. You will stay here only for a little while. Soon, you will awaken in a new world.
Talos Principle 2 uses Unreal Engine 5 to great effect, and they're able to do a lot with relatively little. And the only part of the game that leans into the Egypt theme is during the prologue. The rest of the game is going for something else, but both of these games have massive open world environments that still manage to run well. Even though these games have almost nothing in common in terms of gameplay, one's an over-the-top shooter, the other's a philosophical puzzle game, they're both cutting-edge graphics games for their time, which really goes to show how far we've come since 2001. And number 4 is Tekken 8 versus Tekken 1. This one goes way, way back to the earliest days of 3D. The original Tekken came out September 21st, 1994, and while it's not quite as rudimentary as Virtua Fighter, it's only a slight step up from that.
Yo.
Basically, these guys have textures, and that's the innovation. Everyone's weird looking, stiff, a lot of the backgrounds are cropped stock photos slapped over a gradient. At the time, this was revolutionary, but now it's ugly as hell. There is a certain charm to a lot of these early PS1 games, but you'd have to be lying to say they looked good. It was a time of innovation and experimentation. Nobody even knew what a 3D game was supposed to look like back then, and they were literally winging it. And some of the games from that era legitimately do have like a stylistic goodness to them. Tekken 1 is not one of those games, in my opinion. However, fast forward 30 years later, Tekken 8 shows us just how much things have evolved. This is easily the best looking game in the series.
Quite the
up to this
difference,
point.
true.
It's a pretty significant upgrade over the previous game, even Tekken 7.
Holy boss!
What's funny is that we can still directly compare characters that appeared in the first game to ones that appear in 8. Like, look at Ninja, for example. She has the exact same pose, a lot of the same moves. Jack in Tekken 1, same victory animation as he does in Tekken 8. This sort of repetition is just all over the place here. Rarely do we see a long-running series stay this consistent for this long. The visuals look about 1,000 times better, maybe more, but so many other things stay super consistent. Tekken 8 isn't exactly an unreal-looking game, but in comparison to the original, it's like looking into the future.
Fight.
At number 3 is Stellar Blade versus Nier. At time of writing, I've only got the demo to go on, but I think it's safe to say that Stellar Blade is looking pretty impressive, at least with the visuals. Like, this game runs smoothly, the city environment in the demo is dense with detail, and the character models are, well, they're meticulously modeled. That's how I'm gonna say it. The creators have not been shy about citing their many inspirations, though, and have made special mention of the Nier games. With the news that Nier creator Yoko Taro literally came out and said that he thinks this game is better than his games, which is quite nice, Yoko, yes, but we'll see. I do think it's fair to compare the games, though. The obvious comparison is, of course, Nier Automata, but just for laughs, let's go back to the original Nier from 2010.
That is quite the difference. True.
Automata isn't exactly cutting edge, but the original Nier does not hold up well with 2024 eyes. You wouldn't think this game came out in 2010 looking at it. It looks rough, like a slightly sharper PS2 game. It was not a looker back when it came out. It looks even worse with modern eyes, and then you put it next to Stellar Blade, and it's not even fair. Just look how lifeless and empty the city in Nier looks compared to Stellar Blade. Of course, that doesn't mean it's automatically a better game or anything. The original Nier, in my opinion, is a flawed masterpiece. But if we're just talking about graphics, Nier, it's not competition. There's no competing here. Special mention has to be made about Papa Nier here, too. One of the ugliest, weirdest looking protagonists in a Japanese game. He was made this way to try to appeal to a Western market, while Eve from Stellar Blade definitely has an appeal to her. It goes to show you how much things have changed.
Yeah, they have. I would say for the better.
And number 2 is RoboCop Rogue City versus 2003's RoboCop. RoboCop Rogue City has some discussions, and say what you will about it, but it can look pretty damn good on PC with maxed out settings. It's a game that really shows what's possible with Unreal Engine 5. It certainly holds up against the last major RoboCop game, which is 2003's RoboCop. Anybody remember this? It was published by Titus. It was made using Renderware, which was the ubiquitous engine for a while in the mid-2000s. It didn't get very good scores because, frankly, it wasn't very good. It does make a good comparison for how far graphics technology has come for mid-budget games, though. You know, not necessarily the biggest games of the year, but games with some money behind them. Not the most money, some. The 2003 game has a street level right at the start, which is perfect for comparison. The street in the new game, very realistic, detailed lighting, moody as hell, almost photorealistic at times. Well, the 2003 game, well, let's just say it's not that. I mean, it doesn't look as bad as it could. It definitely could look worse in that era. You can definitely make out a city, but it's definitely lacking in effects, and design-wise, it's pretty weak. So many things in Rogue City seem to be made with almost obsessive levels of detail, and there are plenty of moments that break that illusion, like pretty much any time someone talks.
Could you please keep the noise down? You're scaring off my customers.
Can't hear you. Music's too loud.
If you're just wandering the city streets, this game looks almost unreal. Whereas the 2003 RoboCop game, it doesn't come anywhere close to that. And finally, at number 1, Baldur's Gate 3 versus Baldur's Gate 1. Western RPGs were just never meant to look as good as Baldur's Gate 3. Like, go back to the original game with its huge UI, its low-resolution 2D assets that were kind of rough-looking even back in 1998.
That's a massive difference.
I mean, these games were big, but they were never meant to be beautiful. At least, that's how it's always been looked at. Western RPGs were always more workmanlike in the graphics department. Even when they went full 3D, they were woefully behind the times. Dragon Age Origins, for instance, great game, don't get me wrong, but it is butt ugly. Baldur's Gate 3 breaks that trend with gorgeous, detailed environments and meticulously designed and crafted characters, which were made by scanning real face models, and most of the character animation was done by motion capturing people during their vocal performances. Every little random animation was motion captured by someone, and it's a frankly incredible amount of bespoke animation. Most major developers wouldn't even bother. The technology's finally here to make work like that not only feasible, but effective. The many animations and characters you run across really do breathe a lot of life into an otherwise dry genre.
All right. No reason to get your tongue in a twist. Well, come on. Let's get you to shore. You'll need to report to the sergeant. You lot, keep patrolling.
That's, of course, on top of everything else. The world design is absolutely stunning. It's just a beautiful game that is beyond massive in scope and offers so much in terms of flexibility with what you want to do. We have come a long way from the flat text boxes that used to be this genre's stock and trade, and it's already hard to go back.
Well, they say beauty's in the eye of the beholder. I would say death is in the eye of the beholder. Just saying. Bruh. What do you call a blind
That's
beholder?
all for today. Leave us a comment. Let us know what you think. If you like this video, click like. If you're not subscribed, now's a great time to do so.
You don't.
We have brand new videos every day of the
Beholden.
week. Best way to see the
I
faces.
get it. I get it. Oh my god. I'm a little bit drowsy for some reason, so I think I'll call it here and see about a nap. Of course the ad would hit just as I start talking. Of course. Of course. Anyways, well then. But yeah, I'm gonna call it for this section. See about a nap, and we will return later. We will return later after I have eeped a little bit. Yeah, gonna eep a little bit. Yeah. Let me check real quick, see if there's anyone I want to raid. Not really. Not really. Alright, well, if for whatever reason you would like to see more of me, feel free to follow me on my socials. Follow me on both my YouTube and my Twitch. Twitter. Join my Discord. And you know how it is. If you're watching on YouTube, like, favorite, subscribe, hit that bell. And I hope to see you all next time. Bye-bye. Bye, everyone. Bye. Also, Red Villain Dens, you're heckin' smelly. Got him. Baka.